Bottom. Ba-da-ba-bum. We are going live on all kinds of stuff. Oops. Oh, crap. Where is it that I'm looking at? There we go. Add. Post. I may even get one of these taken down. I don't know yet. I am doing all the stuff I can to hopefully get some more views in. There we go. Hope everybody is doing well today. There we go. It has been a decent day for me. It's still kind of early in the morning. Going to be putting back the time frame though on the streams as far as in the morning. I'm going to be pushing them back to 10 o'clock. I figured that'd be a more of a happy time frame. I noticed that I don't get as many views as I do after the 10 o'clock. It seems like everybody at 10 o'clock starts rolling in a lot more, or a lot. I get a lot more views at 10 and like consistent views after that. Unlike or streaming this early in the morning, I don't really get that many consistent views. So we're going to end up pushing back until 10 o'clock my time, which is going to be Central U.S. time. Oh, excuse me. Sinuses is a little today. There we go. I'm trying to get all my backups. Start getting them all tied in. There we go. Let's get that knocked down a little bit. Awesome, awesome. Hello, hello. All right, we are working there. Good deal, good deal. We're gonna set that somewhat. That remote does not need to be there. All right. You know, I have been here. Where's my mouse at? There we go. This up tab before I accidentally break some glass. Oh, there we go. Nope, that's the old one. We don't want the old one. That's the one I'm wanting. That's it. I so like this one so much better than the old one. It's too busy. There's too much going on. You don't get to see much of the gameplay, especially like games like I play with other people and stuff like that. It takes away from actually watching them. It pulls your eyes away from it. I don't really necessarily like that. So there we go. All right, let's get this going and play. YouTube trying to capitalize on the stream. Me trying to capitalize on YouTube. And now we're gonna do a test. We are attempting to do a test. All right, good deal. I like it. There's so many monitors around me. You would think that would be a good thing, but it is so distracting. I guess is the best you can say with it. This thing still has not popped. I'm about to actually make another one in behind it and then just link it. That's currently what actually what I'm doing. All this is right now, it is making sticks. The one of the problems I've been having every time I work on a redstone project is the fact that I have no torches, and that's a problem we are going to fix today. I'm tired of going without resources. Right now, this is just adding to our stone, which we don't have anywhere near the amount of stone I think we should have. It's also giving us some other random building materials. I just gotta be really careful. I don't know what's behind that wall. I really don't. So, but we're getting some copper. We're getting stone. We're getting andesite. We're getting diorite. And now we got some granite. So we are slowly building out, or digging in. It's gonna have some coal for us here in a second. All right, so everything's sitting here, which means the redstone is sitting on that line. So that one should be good. Yep, there we go. See, give me the coal. I want the coal. All right, we're gonna have to go up. I want that. All right. So we can officially start digging all this out. Pistons will go here, and I want to be able to walk around and actually look at everything. I've been I used to make some just so built in and so filled in where you couldn't access them or anything like that. I don't want to do that. I want everything to be able to be seen, be able to be used, be able to be looked at, inspected, worked on. Because that's another thing too that I got to thinking about whenever actually putting these farms in is the fact that they're coming so frequently with updates. Like the last one, we had several farms break. And really, I mean, I had room to work on them, but if I didn't have room to actually work on them, you know, how I used to like just always just pack them in and just, you know, even if you couldn't access them, I was like, that's fine. And now you can't do that really. You really shouldn't do that because it's just the fact that if you can't work on them, through these updates and how frequently they are, you really risk losing a farm, and then you're gonna have to dig that farm out and rebuild it, or have to like break another farm that may be potentially beside it. So it's not very intelligent not to leave the room, I guess you could say. Which I'm not the most intelligent person in the world, but I would like it where I can still work on them. All right. So this will be the glass side. And this is going to be... I thought that was water about to run in. I was like, oh god. I did it. I did it. All right. And then I wanted to do it glass on the top too. So we're going to do it this high. I know we're getting where there's a potential swamp overhead. I could always go cheaty cam to find out, but we're living life a little precariously. Also trying to learn to pronounce words better. I'll get there one day. Picked up learning Spanish again. Been practicing about, you know, once a week. Just enough where I don't really learn anything, but I feel like I've accomplished something. But, oh god, my sinuses. Guys, I'm telling you. Waking up first thing in the morning. This is why I like taking showers in the morning. I'm a big morning shower person because you can really get that shower and take it like a warm or hot one if you have to, or that, or maybe towards like the end of it and get everything kind of loosened up. But we live like an allergy central where we got like a more fauna than or more flora, whatever the word I'm looking for. More flora than, you know, this should be justified in an area. Uh-oh, what is this? We accessed a tunnel. Secret tunnel. I don't know where I got that from, but I don't really like that. Well, at least we didn't have that. At least we didn't dig into that where, like, let's say some redstone or something was supposed to go, at least. Check out to see where that goes later. Right now, we are working on this. I'm actually kind of glad to have some of that here. What is it? Granite? Yeah. No, like, granite throws me off. Like, you got diorite, you got, andesite, and then, like, this is like the third little building stone that's like that. And you don't want to call it granite. You don't want to call it granite or something like that, because everything else having an "ite" at the end of it. That's just me. Okay, maybe it's just me. Probably just me. Yeah, it's just me. Alright. Let's see. Here we are. Getting this dug out. I need to go up one more. I forgot. Just get all that landing on top of that little area. That little landing for the redstone. Now, I could go a little bit bigger on this backside too. Now, do I really think about it? And I don't think this is going to run in any redstone. Speaking of which, that still hasn't fired off. That thing has been taking its time. It's been stuck. It's just like the ticks are not. I mean, obviously the ticks are active on the server because there's stuff falling. But it's been, if there better be more than 3 that too high. 1, 2, nope, just the 3. I have been now on the server for 30 minutes. And they still haven't grown. That's about my luck. Alright. Look at that. If you wasn't with us on the last stream, I have actually got my act in order, and look at that. We are slowly starting to fill in our redstone box. I went to Naz's Smart People Thing store and bought some redstone off of her. They kind of give our shulker box here a jump start. I would like to have everything maxed, 64 max stacked, just filled. So that way I don't have to worry about really running out of stuff while working on anything. But I'm also poor on the server. Last season I was probably one of the richest people because I was building, chairs out of diamond blocks. And this time around, I probably barely can make diamond blocks. Ooh, I'm gonna knock my beard. There we go. I got it now. So I haven't had much playtime. So we're gonna end up taking some of that back though. I've been on the server a lot more actively here lately. But still, we don't have anything for diamonds. Oh, I forgot that was supposed to be there. I was about to start digging some more stuff out, and I just went to some redstone. I probably could shorten that though, couldn't I? There we go. Yeah, let's make this a little bit more open, shall we? Awesome. So my idea is this. It's like I'm currently under my base, and this is where I spend a lot of my time at. And if I'm gonna hang out here, I want my farms to be here, and I don't want to do like a bunch of major farms, especially if you got an area just running nothing but major, like big, huge farms. You're gonna end up causing some lag, which, this day and time, lag's nowhere near as bad as it used to be, especially like with servers being able to handle the workload and Mojang making the game more efficient in certain aspects. Another thing I realized though, if I'm always just hanging out at my base, that means these farms are always going to be active anyways, especially if they're like passive or like this right here. It's still redstone, but it's still going to be active. Like, it's the same concept as the one that's over here. Like with me just being close by with this one, it's active. It's running. You know, not necessarily that, it's smelting anything right now, but as you can see, this furnace has kelp loaded in, which means this kelp farm is actively running. And it's just because I'm just nearby. And it doesn't have to be big. And which I know I've actually put a lot of like lava buckets in here, but you can see here that it's actively filling in with kelp. See right there, more kelp. I didn't realize that was actually low. Well, the reason why that's not actually filling in. But regardless, I kind of digress on that. And then it's gonna start filling in on this time, on this side. And I'll probably like to see there's actually more buckets over here too. But I can, if I get bored, I go out in the water and get a bunch of kelp and load it in. Or, we've got 6 cauldrons that have lava dripping over on. I can fill those. I can make 6 buckets, go out there and fill it, and load it in that way. And eventually I'll like to get it where I'm going to like just like overload this thing and just to test it, because the loading system's not the greatest. And I know it's going to end up missing some furnaces. So I may tweak on it, or I may even remove a couple of furnaces out of it and just let it, kind of do its thing with X amount of thermoses or furnaces, not thermoses, furnaces. I think I keep saying words to get myself tongue tied. That's something actually I've been working on all my life too, and that streaming's actually kind of helped with. It's making me more aware of my speech patterns. And you may think, why I should do that. It's some actually like I've had speech problems all my life. Hello, Lavender. Um, but I've actually wrestled like at a young age at speech, and I never really understood it. I never had it explained to me as a kid, and I think that's something that we need to do better as is explaining stuff to kids, thinking that they're kids and they don't understand. That's not. I don't like that. I just don't. Honestly, but like growing up and especially at a young age, my S's and SH's I always rather messed up. I had them reversed, or I just didn't know there was a difference. And that's because I never was taught to really pronunciate my words. I was never really, I never really used my facial muscles, my lips, to actually pronounce stuff. I just kind of like, I learned like using my tongue in the back of my throat, which in hindsight, maybe I could have been a better ventriloquist if I would have put my mind to it, possibly. Maybe I could have went in puppetry, but all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to leave at least one piston in here because I don't want to lose my spot with pistons. There we go. I want to leave at least that one in there. And we may go make some more. I could make some more. What's that at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I'll keep wanting to fly because I was working in creative mode yesterday. Just trying to learn some more like redstone, like actually how to like build better redstone contraptions. Like I've looked at several designs, and like I was watching some videos yesterday, stuff like that. But I go back and I'll build what I see like in a tutorial, and then I'll go back and try to build it by hand. And then I'm like, okay, well, this does this function. This does this. This is going to cause this to happen. And I use that to try to, learn what everything actually does. Because I actually want to build, I like building my own stuff. Like this right here, I'm building something in a confined area. if you're like building underneath your base, that's a lot of times what you're doing. You're kind of building in confined areas depending on what you have around. If you got other farms or like rooms of your base. So when you're building in confined areas, you got to be able to build your farms in a manner that's not going to, there we go, cause any harm or anything like that to anything else in your base. Oh god. Make sure you stretch after every so often. Don't sit around. Stretch, get up, stretch, do something. That's not, that doesn't even go there. I was wanting to right click. That still has not broke. Did we? It's still just, I hate bamboo so bad. This thing was constantly firing off the other day. And today it's just like, no, we ain't doing it. Sorry. Just can't have it. Nope, 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 no. No, 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 no. All right. We need to put some of this stuff up. Look at that. Look at all those resources we're slowly gathering up. All right. Now we need hoppers. All right. So there's that. That's that. And then rum. Oh, that's cool. Good for you. I'm assuming he's saying it's Bobby. That's a good thing though. I don't think anybody really. I don't know if anybody that really would complain about their mom being home. All right. Bump, bump, and perfect. My mom currently resides in a nursing home. Unfortunately, she is no longer fit to take care of herself. I hate that. I really do. But bad as I hate to say it, it was the best for her though. I love her to death, but we couldn't no longer take care of her, unfortunately. All right. Oh no, that's no good. I know how that is. Not having a useful ankle is a it is a pain. I'll definitely agree with that. All right, all these. But definitely gotta say best wishes though to that. I can definitely sympathize. Not having full functioning ankle, but I will not complain about mine for the simple fact that it is progressively getting better. I've actually been able to have a couple of nights sleep, not the best, but a lot better than what it has been. Um, I've been losing some sleep due to pain, and the past 2 nights I definitely have to say have been, they're probably the best 2 nights I've had in several weeks. I actually feel somewhat refreshed this morning. I know it wasn't the greatest night of sleep, but from what I've been experiencing, I'm not knocking it whatsoever. All right, so we got that. I want to knock these out. Watch all the streamer games. I I don't think I've watched any of the streamer games. The closest thing to a streamer game, I guess, is whenever like Pantufa. Speaking of which, Padupa's this week. I think it's Thursday. Don't forget about that. Don't forget about old Pantufa. Oh, I just realized something. This is gonna be a pain to put these in. We need. I could put one in there pretty easy. We're gonna go there, because we're gonna have to add redstone in too. I guess I can go staircase. A work awarded dinner. I mean, well, you work for a bigger chain hotel though. I can see that. I remember like I've worked for several. Well, I guess I don't know if they're Fortune 500. I've worked for several companies, like retail stuff like that. It always cracks me up how they have all these awards and stuff like that for like their store managers or like I worked for Air. This is the craziest thing ever too. Oh, son, good luck. Good luck, sir. All the luck is now heading your way on that one, sir. I hope you get it. Uh, Whenever somebody goes, "Hey, there's a big thing like that right there," I'm all, yeah, I'm all for. Hey, whenever I worked at Aaron's, like they did a what they call a PT rodeo every year, and basically like PTs are your product technician. They're the delivery and repo guys. And I don't remember us getting much of anything. I think we got like some type of reward or something like that. And you want to talk about well, being in the North Alabama area and who they would hire for like product technicians. You want to talk about a sketchy day off. Like one, it was a full day off, paid day off. So you got that going on. And then on top of that, like they got us like doing like certain things, like making the quickest figure eight in the delivery truck and backing up to a box without hitting it. And I forgot, I think there was like maybe like a written test that they had us do. Hey, it's still like 20% chance or a 1% chance of winning $75. Hey, that's still better than nothing. But yeah, I remember like everywhere I've worked, there's always been some type of reward ceremony. But Aaron, so it's a hit and seek. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a hide. Hey, still hide and seek's fun. That's a good chance opportunity to take a nap until some. That's just a guaranteed hide and seek is the best game area ever for the simple fact that it's a guaranteed nap. No, it's hit. We hit others in open, so we run. Oh, that's just asking for the assault charge. Because I work with like if I couldn't do that where I work, there's people I don't like. That's high. It's gonna be assault and battery and run is what that would end up being. Oh, the Pantufa man. Oh, I thought you was talking about at work, and I was like, shit. Hit and run. And on top of that, you park cars for a living. Hit and run is like the worst thing. Yeah, oh god. Oh god. It. Yeah. Okay. It's starting to make more sense now. Oh god. Your chauffeurs are hit and run. The hit and run reward in your line of work would not. Oh god. Whoa. All right. Base hurts. Oh god. I guess I could take this one out now. I know there's some more in one of these chests, but still. Oh god. Yeah, no doubt. It gonna be a hot minute for that one though. I can definitely agree with that though. Is it planks on pistons or is it full wood? I think it's full wood. Yeah, full wood, cobble, red, iron. I need more iron. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. We're going to just fill that in so that way they'll collect right there. But working at Aaron's at that PT rodeo, this is how everybody was. Everybody, like, one of the first events I remember was the backing up challenge, and they took a back then, like, the big screen, like a 72-inch screen with, like, the biggest you could get still was a projector. They still couldn't make LCDs in that size yet. So we had this big 72-inch projection box, and they put it up against the loading dock and at the store that was doing the PT rodeo. It's the only one that had a parking lot behind the place big enough to hold, like a bunch of box trucks and stuff like that. And we get back there. I need some more redstone dust. We get back there and we start backing this truck up. We all take turns. Just gotta raise the portals 5 blocks. That sounds like a pain, sir. I will stick to my little. I'll stick to mine. Ugh. But everybody kept hitting that box. First person hits the box. Second person hits the box. Third person hits the box. And I'm just like, I'm next to last in the order. Yeah, that's probably what actually would happen. If you build it, Kit, see, we'll fix it. So I'm sitting there. I'm next to last in the order. And I'm like, why don't they just stop before it? Like, why doesn't somebody just, like, a couple of inches before it? I'm just like, what, why? Everybody's hitting the stupid box. Just stop. Somebody just set the damn precedent of not hitting the box. And then it got to me, and I was just like, all right, there's only one person behind me. So I back up, I stop. You can stop, get out and look to see how far back you are. I get out and I look and I back it up some more. And I'm like, all right, I'm good. And I just start in park, cut it off. And the truck always rolls back once it's like you're in park. You know how there's always that little bit of give in the transmission. And once, nothing's moving before it can really set back and lock in place. And it does a little lock back. And I'm probably about that far back from the box. And I'm like, all right, at worst, I got second place. And the guy that came behind me, he was the last one. He kind of like, he saw what I did. And he's like, all right, well, that's what I just need to beat. So that's what he did. He got it like in between. And then he gets first place. I got second place. And I was just like, people are idiots. And then the figure 8 challenge. Oh, God. Hold on. I need to count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, we'll do one more. All right. And we got some pistons to spare. So the figure 8 challenge, we all that's the opportunity that we can give the trail kale without really getting in trouble for it. And we all give this truck hell, but one guy he decided that he was letting up. It just was not going to happen. And he put that truck on 2 wheels, and we thought the thing was going over. Everybody there thought this thing was going to flip. It was, yeah. And needless to say, he won that one. I didn't get close to it. Yeah. Yeah, I was one of the first ones that went, and, I even spooled the turbo, because these are diesel, like, box trucks, and I even spooled the diesel turbo up a little bit before setting off and was just like hammering down. But I was just too wide on my lines, I guess. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I wasn't giving I know I didn't give it as much hell as everybody else did, but still. I was afraid of tipping over, and that guy had no fear of tipping it over. He was thinking workman's comp, I guess is what he was thinking. Sports games, sports and mental. 8 captains, 6 on each team. The Simon Says guy was nuts. That was probably a figurative and literal name on that one. I always thought that would be cool. I honestly have thought to see if maybe more people like Pantufa do like these little like games like that. Question is, do I want to do that many observers? Ugh. I thought about maybe setting up some more. How many observers do I got? Do I got 15 observers? Oh, I got enough observers. I want to need to make some more or buy some more, but yeah, I got plenty of observers for this. Oh, I forgot the redstone dust. I'm going to need some more of that too. But I honestly thought about to see if anybody does these events also. Like, Pantufa's the only one I've ever seen like this right here where anybody could join. And I thought about maybe seeing if anybody else does them also. And maybe like work my way up into like some type of like. Is that sideways? Oh, it's up facing down. Give me that. But working my way up, and I guess you can call it the streamer leagues or whatever. God, that just feels so good whenever you can just right click on something and it just goes into a correct place. Like, I'm OCD about my tools and stuff like that. Like, I actually am. I don't look at half the time because like how everything kind of does like look in my inventory from time to time. I like to call it a organized mess, but in all actuality, I really am kind of OCD about this kind of stuff. Like, I like to know exactly where I need what something I need is, and I can just go to it and get it. But back to the other story though, I really thought about trying to do some more research. Like, I haven't seen anything else really just advertised though. All right, cool. I'll watch it later. I think it would be really good for the channel because how got hair like sticking up in my nose? The bad thing about having beards, people, they're not always cracked up to be because you always get a wild hair that wants to go in your nose and it's just aggravating. Like, he could be an auctioneer. Someone says jump, jump. Oh, you jumped twice. All right, I couldn't do it. That's a level of concentration I just don't have him here anymore. Oh, I need more mud. Shh. I was stepping around like that. I was like, oh, it's all muddy. Oh, wait, I need more mud. One of these had. There we go. And I need water bottles. I think actually all I need is 4. Oh, I forgot. Auctioneer. Level of concentration I don't have anymore. Oh yeah, thinking about like the uh, being able to do stuff like that, I think would be kind of cool, or at least to do more of. And this is like something too I've been doing. I've been taking more time out and actually like setting up my rig. It's just so weird calling a computer and everything a rig nowadays. I guess I'm that old. To me, it's just a computer. Now it's a rig. Now it's your personal like little setup. Because used to everybody's was kind of pretty much the same. Now everybody has like their own type of like what they feel like they need or want, and this and that. And God, it's so times have changed. I guess I'm just God. I'm old. That's just it. Let's just put it that way. I'm old. But all right, I want that there. I wanted that to be glass because of aesthetic appearances. Is it necessary? No. Do I want to do it that way? Yes. So, is it kind of resource wasting? Yes. But I don't know. Like, I never thought streaming would ever be a thing. And then once streaming was coming out, I never thought that it would have I guess, the effect that it does, or the fact that I would ever be doing it. I mean, let's just be honest with that. Who ever thought that streaming, like 20 years ago, would be a thing, like an actual thing that happens? I honestly never thought this would ever be a thing. Even like with sporting events, I never would have thought like esports or anything like this would ever be a thing like 20 years ago, or 25 years ago, especially not 30. I don't think anybody would ever thought it 30 years ago. Let's be honest with that. I don't guess I really need the bottom one. No, let's just go. Let's get rid of that because it could also give easier access to those hoppers if necessary. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. And it matches over there also. I don't. Let's get rid of these also. Let's just be. There we go. All right, cool. I can live with that. You need to get to the bottom. The bottom? What do you mean the bottom? Get to the bottom of what? Oh, get to the bottom of this? Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's true. Yeah. So, oh, just threw me off. That's what happens when you're working with active redstone. Look, it called me. It calls. Oh, that might have been why I did that. It's because I might have placed that there on accident. I may have thrown myself off and didn't realize it. Yeah, send that to me then. I'll definitely want to check that out. All right, so those are all going the same. All right, everything should be good, and everything should be ended up here. And there's nothing in there. All right, cool. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out then. If he does free events, especially if anybody can join, because with me being out of work and having all this free time, uh, that will be the greatest opportunity I know I can have because there's next to no reason why I shouldn't be able to make these events consistently. That way I can start actually, it's kind of like you watch all these videos of like, you know, like let's say for instance, Real Steel, this guy was a professional boxer and now like the robots took over and now he's like fighting robots, but he's fighting in like these little like county fairs and like, like shady areas and stuff like that. And that's what I feel like, I'm at. Like playing, nope, I'm not knocking Patufa by any means whatsoever. But this is like, that feels like the county fair. If you're gonna do this, try to work your way up. And that's what I would like to do is start trying to like work my way up. Well, go eat something. There we go. Now we can get rid of this. Like I'm definitely not. Like I had fun at the last one and everything. It made for a good stream, and I got to meet some new people, and definitely a fun. Ah, I forgot that I need to start doing that. All right, best viewers. All right, we need to best viewers. We need to get that word. It's going to be muted. All right, I want to leave that up for a second. Streaming tools. No. Oh no. Settings. Moderation. There we go. Is it? Hold on. BESTVIEWERS. All right. Add. Terms best viewers. We are going to slowly start knocking these bots out. There we go. Delete. I'm trying, Maddie. I'm trying to respond. I don't know if she's watching the stream or not. There we go. Hey, Maddie. Got a stream up. I really need to do that thing so that way, like, I know, like on Hermitcraft, I think they have it up and going again. I know for a little bit, I think they're, yeah, that is true. Oh, well, you forgot to tell Katie Delicate that I'm streaming. You want to get that? Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, I need to get that thing. I know on Hermitcraft they have it where like they have like the little color boxes off to the side, and that way, Mad Matter. But that way you can tell if somebody's like streaming or recording, you know, and if they're open for people to drop in. If not, hello, hey Nass, what's going on? Thank you. Yes, I'm writing that down. I have a pencil somewhere. I've been moving stuff around and like I've been bored basically. You can ask Lavender. And I've slowly been cleaning up and like redoing stuff in the room and like um trying to like make things more organized, and by doing so I have misplaced some things. Like I should have, there they are. There were originally where I thought they were. And it's the fact that I just did not put my hand on top of them. Yeah, we should be here. I should be here for a few hours. Aaliyah James, how are you doing today? Alright, status mod. But I want to put that on here. Like, we got Alenza stream or recording from time to time. Um, Geo is constantly recording. You know, I'm rather constantly recording. If that's the exact name, I'll find out. I got plenty of time. It's just the fact that I keep forgetting about it. But with, you know, Alenza starting to record now, me recording and streaming constantly. I believe it is a Maddie. She's lurking. Geo, obviously, me, Lavender. We're gonna try to get her up, where she is back able to stream too. Like with the kids back to school, this is ideal streaming time for her if she's gonna stream. She's got nobody that can constantly interrupt her now. Maybe just an animal, but with her, at least she can use animals as like a, you know, as a key point for her stream. So she'd be like, look at this little kitten. It's so pretty. Yeah, we have a kitten. It's so pretty. She is. She loves me to death. She sleeps on me, sleeps around me. You're on, yeah, see? That I think we're to the point now where having that would be really helpful in a lot of people, you know, especially like, let's say for instance with Kelsey, she know then like, you know, hey, this person's doing. Yeah, sure. Let me give you a second to clean this out real quick. Yeah, get this start out. Where are you at? Oh, too much. This is the one with the stuff in it. Grab a boat and meet me by the bridge to my island. Okay, I know where that's at. Alright, and let's get some stuff put up. Is this all my building stuff? No. Now it is. I didn't want bamboo in there. I want bamboo in this one. I'm trying to keep... That's not a boat. Alright, we need a boat. Actually, this ladder goes up by the house. I know where this ladder goes. Could have looked at my map and saw the same thing. I know where a boat is, and it's on the way. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa! Almost screwed up. I want meat chest just in case. Stupid things have happened on the server. Usually around me. Yep, that is true. We don't need that pickaxe. We don't need that. You pirates are going to. Oh, all right. Now I'm kind of interested in that. Definitely. Well, definitely interested anyways now. All right, there's that. I don't know why I would need these, but Kelsey, she doesn't steal anything. She borrows. Oh, witty Amber. That's wait a minute. Where am I? Which house is this? Oh, this is the main house actually, not the inn. All right. I would have her out here with me if I knew. Like, the problem is we have a pile. I mean, just a pile of like different stuff over there on that right hand side underneath the table that I want to go through and rather get a better location or get rid of. But like, I want to get this studio where everything has a place and everything just looks great coming in. Like, I want this to feel like professional. And it's definitely gotten a lot closer to it, especially from like a year ago when I first started streaming out here. It was still a mess, like nowhere near the mess that my parents had it in, because they just used it as like hoarding storage basically, and you couldn't even walk all in here at all almost, because everything was like waist high for me, and I'm 6'4", 6'3". And now you can actually freely walk around in here. Like, the walls are pretty much painted. Everything's painted as far as the wall except for right there. And it's because we got all these like shelves overhead, which is kind of dangerous because we got a love seat underneath them, and a cat jumped up on there. And I thought we were gonna die from an avalanche. Not gonna lie, but I like to get rid of all that and just have almost next to nothing in this room. Actually be like a studio esque type deal when you come in here. Even get some of like those like wall panels, like the foam little triangle wall panels, and make it like get maybe two different color ones and have like little like squares of them just to look cool. You know, I'll I want it to look like a streaming slash like media room. Like, I took the like whenever we moved up here, we had no place to put Lavender's like flat screen, and now it's actually over there. I've got it hanging on the wall, and then on top of that, I even drilled a hole in the wall, and we have like a little entertainment bezel that's underneath it, and I drilled another hole right there, and I ran the wires down through it in the wall. So now the TV is clean. There's no wires hanging. It actually looks like it's supposed to be there. We took some gaming systems that were not being used, or we had one that wasn't being used. There's another one that's not being used, but I don't have a place for it yet. But we took like we had an Xbox that wasn't being used, and it's hooked up out here now. It's basically a glorified DVD player, but it is what it is. That PlayStation 2 that I found in the thrift store that morning of my surgery, I've got it cleaned up and repaired, and it's now sitting in that entertainment bezel, and which I've actually bought a game because there's an old school game that I wanted to play, and I got it. So I got it actually hooked up to the TV, and it's all just nice, functional, aesthetically appealing. And now my next goal is over there on that side of the room, and also these shelves. Slowly start going through stuff, get rid of stuff, and really making it all just like clean. Tell me what. Oh, do I have rockets? Okay, cool. I do have rockets. It's like good thing I grabbed that chest because if I forgot my rockets. All right, I need to go south, isn't it? Whee! I know people are probably ready to kill me sometimes. Maddie! She may be muted. She's muted. She's just staring at me.
Hi, I just needed to. I needed to mute your stream.
Oh.
So, did you bring a boat?
Boat. It's a chest boat, but it's a boat.
Then I can fit it in.
You said a boat.
Well, use my boat then, because you drive.
I'll drive. Where am I driving to?
The backside of my island. And we'll see if you can find it.
Got a little beach access there. Get another little big set.
Run, get a boat. No flying. No flying.
Cheater.
Cheater. You're not a pirate.
I bet this is it.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. Look at this. I like the little boat.
Yeah, I put an actually boat in it so I could tie it.
Like, I had an idea of trying to use an actual boat for like furniture, like in-house furniture, but it always would stick out further on one side than it would the other. That and you had the oars to deal with too.
Very annoying.
This looks cool. I like this. See, this is
You're not a real pirate.
See.
No, I'm a goat.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Maddie. You need to start videoing this, and Minecraft's doing that thing for their intro. You can be submitting this.
Nah.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no doubt.
Like my bar?
I do.
I do serve alcohol, actually. It costs 1 diamond each for a grog.
I see that.
Alright, hold on. Where's the blackjack table?
I'm not done that yet. There's gonna be a tavern above. One thing at a time. I'm just that is done.
Because Kelsey's doing map art right now, and with it mostly being white, it will be easy to do the cards.
Yeah.
So you can have 1 drink on the house to start with.
I got you.
And it actually makes you drunk. Here. Hey! You're not an employee.
You gotta be able to reach it somehow.
Here.
I'm gonna take some stew.
I take it. It's grog. It's not stew.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay.
Roger, get on the stool.
He's too short.
Oh. It's the grog, I'm telling you. It's the grog.
But I was being considerate because there are people on the server who are not of drinking age, so I have honey pop too.
There you go.
There. I have a honey pop too.
Like the hat down there. No. Six to say that would be bad if it was just a big long drop underneath these trapdoors.
That's how I get rid of customers that won't pay.
Yeah.
Well, you should just put a sign over there, no Geo and no Kelsey.
Yeah.
Because they do have diamonds.
No. No goblins are allowed.
So now I'm working up here for. I'm gonna have like. This down here is just like the bar where.
Yeah,
so
the hidden.
Like, yeah, the hidden bar.
Almost like an old like speakeasy type deal.
Authorities. Yeah, and then upstairs here I'm gonna have like a restaurant tavern kind of thing.
Oh, that'd be cool.
With the Lays.
I have a plan for those. They're gonna be the entertainment. I'm making the Alley Ballet.
That-
It's gonna be like Cowboy Coyote Ugly. They're gonna dance.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
And then over here, I'm gonna make. I'm working on a wine cellar, and it goes. And I'm gonna have a hidden. All of this is to have a good entrance to my storage room, basically.
Mm.
So this is the new entrance to my storage room.
And then whenever we get the shelves, it will.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't wait for the shelves.
Shelves are a game changer.
Yeah, they're gonna be good.
I won't say they're going to be a game changer, but the golems are the game changer.
Well, I'm thinking like a decorator. Those shelves are gonna
Yeah.
look real nice as pillars and
Well,
bar fronts.
Yeah, they're gonna have a lot of.
It's also going to add the one thing in that everybody's been asking for is half vertical half slabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
And also the whole copper tools and armor.
Yeah, won't be necessarily functional, but you have like a better decorative like top armors now, so it just gives you more.
The armor with the copper armor on armor stands to make like the bronze statues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I didn't
wonder
ask
if
you for.
don't wax the armor if it deteriorates or it turns green.
So Roger, I didn't ask you for permission if I was allowed to serve alcohol on the server, but
Yeah, you're good.
it's a hidden bar anyway, so.
Yeah, nah, you're good. You're good. There's been a couple of after dark streams anyway, so it's all good.
And also, you could always just, put a sticky piston to take away the alcohol one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, this is what I've been working on lately.
How long did it take you to disarm this illager?
8 shields.
Like that's the one thing I noticed, and like as soon as I walked up, I saw him walking around. I was like, "Oh, she spent some time just with him alone."
I have another one in a boat waiting that I'm gonna use upstairs as like,
no, okay,
behind the bar there.
No, that's definitely I like it.
B-dub seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. I like that.
Oh,
I don't
we're not
like
talking
using...
about that. This is B-dub seats.
I was looking at these. The stools
these
here.
That episode where he put the slab on the ground, it was like, here's the stools.
Hmm.
Yeah, these are I stole from Pearl. She did this in her starter base.
Yeah, it looks great down here. Telling you, you need to start submitting some videos.
Yeah, I don't mind making videos. I'm just not into editing right now. And if I'm not editing properly, then what's the point? I will get back to it eventually. You can have that bucket drum if you like.
So here's your answer.
It's not a real pirate. You don't enter this bar. This bar is not for landlubbers. It's for boat people.
Yeah.
Landlubbers. I am the most non-landlubber on the server.
And yet you don't come by boat.
Yeah.
Because I have air. Air superiority wins fights.
Then you're an air lover.
Yep.
Hopefully everybody is, because without air we die.
Do we? Oh, yeah, you mean like that.
She put stuff in my boat. Yes. Popped it. There's a totem in here.
Only important stuff that you need.
Yeah. Stuff that I
Totems
never
in the
carry. Yeah.
way.
I still gotta
So-
remake my sword.
If you need somewhere to relax after hanging out with the chaos people, you know where you can go and get a drink.
So somewhere to hide out.
If you need a drink, you know where
Yeah.
to get it.
Yeah. I had to start an after dark stream right there. Phantoms. Oh God.
Ah, it's in my. It's
So
in my
many
bar.
flying.
It's in my bar. Oh, put it in a boat. I want to keep it.
You get the what boat? Oh, it's coming. You saw that what
Ow,
boat?
ow. Yeah, I do.
Here it comes.
Dang it.
Oh,
I think it
Get-
needs to be higher up.
hold on, get in the boat. Get in the boat. Maybe it'll fly in there. Or that, or put it on top of the this right here.
There.
There we go. Is it in?
Will be perfect.
Here it comes.
Come on.
It's too far down.
I want it.
Come on. Come on. There it comes. Oh, it followed you down the stairs.
Ah, dang it.
It went up high. Come back. Come back this way.
I'm down here.
Oh God, I fell in the water.
Come back down.
There it is. There it goes. It's trying. Oh, it's on me. Ow. Alright, it's at an angle. Ah.
I'll
I
get a
went
couple
right over it.
more boats.
Alright,
Get a couple boats.
I'll keep playing with this one. Come on. Just put the sword away. That way I don't accidentally hit it. Come on. Got it. I got it. I got it.
You got it. Yeah.
It's in the boat.
Do we still have the silence me?
Yeah.
Effect?
Should.
Awesome. I'm gonna put him in a cage and hang him in the ceiling.
There you go.
Ah!
Look, it's a parrot.
Skyrash!
World's worst parrot. Oh, we gotta bring a parrot down here or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think I want to bring it up. Come on.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe I can push it off. Wait a minute. There we go. There it goes. It's there you go, you got it. Oh no 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 no.
No,
Uh-oh.
no. Dang it. It's a little bit tight quarters in here. Get it up first.
I'm pushing. I'm pushing. I'm drowning. Alright. Gotta keep my finger off the. Ah, it's looking at me through the boat. That's creepy. There it comes. Push this way.
trying terraforming.
Making your life difficult. You're stuck on the. You're gonna have to. There you go.
No.
Oh,
He's
no,
gonna
no, no.
detach from the boat. He's gonna detach from the boat. It's too deep. I had a problem with the pillager. He popped out of the boat when I did that.
Aghast.
I'll figure it out. I can always push him up with the pistons.
Yeah. There's always the
He can
piston.
be there for now.
He's here. He's stuck.
Nice.
He's giving off dirt particles.
Perfect.
Well, if you want creepers too, I got those.
Nah.
I got a couple in my
I
chat.
don't like
Oh, that's
rebuilding
lurkers.
this that much.
Roger, did you say you got a couple in your chat?
Yeah. Then I was like, oh wait, those are lurkers.
Yes, he called you a creeper.
I was just gonna say that.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll need to figure out what to do with this dude. I'll figure it out.
Get my stool situated. There we go. That day that I bought that,
Let's
PlayStation.
silence it though. Do I have?
Ooh, dinner bone. Dinner bone.
No.
It's just an upside down. It's like basically the same thing.
I need an anvil.
I don't know if I got one or not. I don't know. Yeah, I got one. There you go.
I'm already there.
All right. Well, save this for somebody said later.
You are my squishy, and I shall call you squishy.
You're not allowed to go back there. Stay in this room.
But he is.
What?
I can't.
Hi, come on. Right here. There you go.
Put
Can
on
someone sit in
hitboxes.
this boat so I don't get in it when I'm trying to name him?
Roger, I got thorns.
Oh, I don't.
It doesn't hurt me. I just want to be able to click him without.
This is where I become
There.
silenced.
There, I'm done. It's done.
Hey, Katie.
Silencing Roger.
Yeah. That's
Hey, Katie's here.
gonna make for a very boring stream. We're doing mob work.
Yeah, we can leave him over here for now, and I can get him up eventually. I'll push him up with.
Not that kind of mob work.
Yeah. Work. Yeah.
It's cute.
I still got another 2 weeks before I get to start any of that stuff, probably. Oh god. She had surgery I think about what was it, a month or two before I did? Maybe 2 months.
Listen, with how I play Among Us, I probably did.
But she's doing all her rehab stuff like that on her shoulder, and here in about 2 weeks I get to start it on my ankle. I'm just happy I'm in a boot, but I can't put weight on my foot yet. I'm in I have the boot where I could, but I can't by doctor's orders, and sometimes I kind of forget that. I start putting a little bit of weight on it, and then my heel reminds me of, hey, you don't do this. It hurts. So yeah, it's kind of a rude awakening. I need one of these in my base.
What, trapdoors?
No. Just Illagers that can't do anything.
I think you
They're
also need a
good,
couple
like
trapdoors.
they make good for like shop keeps.
Mm,
Like last season one, you know, trapdoors with a valuable chest, you know, open it.
yeah.
Yeah, Geo.
Yeah. You know, I haven't trapped my base at all yet. And Geo actually watched my video, like where I did like the little like short of like me hiding valuables at my base. And she dug that chest up, but I already took everything out of it.
You should have trapped it.
Yeah, that would have sucked. A TNT drop blew up half my base, but killed her in the process. That'd been worth it. Honestly, it'd probably been worth it.
Well, you know, past life have gave me a new trap idea. The observers under the tree.
Oh yeah, they've done that.
That's an old classic.
Yeah, they've
Yeah.
done that a few times.
Yeah.
But
In Kelsey's case, just put an observer under a mini block.
yeah, she'll still see the observer, but wouldn't care, and still have to pick the mini block up.
Yeah.
Then it's the thing where you put the observer under someone's bed, and as soon as they lay down in it, so then boom, and they can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still waiting for Ben to log on because his place is trapped to heck.
Mm. I remember
There's a
trapping that.
square hole over there.
Oh god, you better be careful. He will get mad if he's got a bunch of levels. He will get mad about that. That's what happened at the beginning of the season. I remember.
No. Remember, he was a willing participant in it.
Like early in the season.
No. Like now, he said in order for us to get his head,
Oh
was
yeah.
willingly trapping his
Oh
base.
yeah. I remember now. All right. Yeah, that's different then. Yeah, if he's okay with it now, that's fine.
He even admitted, he goes, yeah, it's probably going to take me about 3 months to actually get back on. It's been like 4.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's how he is though. Like he'll get in a stint where he'll play for a solid month and then he'll take off for about a month.
And then he'll come back, he'll forget all about the traps, fall for one, and then get pissed off like, why the heck did I die?
Yeah.
Well, don't you remember the deal?
Mm. Ben. I'm following Maddie. But yeah, everybody's been trying to get Ben's head, and he doesn't ever get on, but his base has been trapped. They get his head.
Well, I just got
Oh
off
man.
work and I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna hop off again.
No, I don't blame you.
Num nums.
I'm gonna head back to the base and work on a farm of some sort. All right.
I just wanted to show you guys my bar.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
As soon as you
don't
say
matter.
there's the ass. Getting off Minecraft, you say?
I'll be back later, Naz. I need to eat.
Am I going the right way? Yeah. See? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this build. Tell Maddie saying that she does not belong in the beginning of that video. Look at that build. No, I'm working on a bamboo farm. Uh, bamboo is one of the things that is actually a like it almost didn't have any type of like value to it except for like scaffolding when it first came out. It was about the only thing you could use it for. But now you can turn it into like bamboo blocks and then bamboo wood blocks. And once you turn it into bamboo wood blocks, then you can really use it for crafting other stuff like like chests, um, anything that require like pistons, anything that actually requires wood. But bamboo's also the only one that you can actually do any type of redstone farm with without actually having to be involved with it. Like any type of like tree farm, you gotta be there like right clicking to place down saplings. And bamboo you don't. You'll be able to see it once I actually get there. It's like in real life. You know how like you chop the top off of bamboo but leave like the bottom part of it? It'll end up growing back off of it. So that's one thing about with bamboos, like you can break it but leave the bottom part of the stalk where it's actually at the ground, and it will grow back and it'll start growing up again. And there's a farm that I've got that what makes it automated for bamboo. I love this thing. I don't care that it's slow. I love being on this thing. So with that being said, you get like right now, well, I've got it set where it's not make crafting anything at all. But once I actually get this set up, I'm gonna have it crafting sticks. And then after it gets done crafting sticks, I'll have it crafting wood blocks after that. Because I need wood to start filling in my redstone chest, like my redstone shulkers. Like I need the sticks right now because I need a crap ton of these right here. These little redstone torches. I'm always running out of torches. I'm always having to go find some wood to go build, make sticks and make some more. So right now I'm getting it where I'm making sticks so I can use it to make these torches. With a lot of redstone components, you have to use, or a lot, with two of the main redstone components that you need to buy torches. Or I said buy because I read it across my screen. See, Naz over there trying to sell me on some torches now. Naz advertising and stream. Don't worry, I'm probably still gonna buy redstone dust because I do not want to rebuild a witch farm anytime soon. You're gonna end up getting me with dust and ore. But another thing I want to do is start beautifying everything. Like this is the entrance to Lavender's little bee area. It's just, and it's been here since we started working this area. But I want to get that filled in and like maybe have an entrance inside of there or somewhere else. This right here is like where all the wood's gonna end up coming probably. It's gonna, or like there's gonna be an output of some type of item from a farm. We got our sheep farm, which I don't really care about this one being exposed that much, I guess. I probably could have done it underground, or I can do another one later underground and have it come out through here. Oh crap, it's actually full. Uh, that kind of depends. They ever since they up the looting 3 at a witch farm, now an AFK farm. Well, no, you still can't do a raid farm AFK because you still got to drink the potion. But ever since they up looting 3 versus witches, the witch farm produces a lot of redstone dust. I want to take the, like, I'm going to end up getting rid of this little thing so that way it's solid on top. But yeah, but if you're just wanting redstone dust and non-emeralds, But if you're just wanting dust, then Witch Farm's going to be the best one. So, and then, yeah, but still, you have to put in extra effort. I mean, you got to put in effort anyways to swing the looting 3. I mean, you still AFK the Witch Farm too and get the redstone dust. I mean, like, it just takes slower, but you can AFK it and have it like on a, what do you call it? Like campfire or something. Is there anything? All right, cool. Well, that has definitely started producing a lot more since I added this. This is what I did this morning. I added this backside in. Yeah, but I'm too lazy for auto clicker. All right, we're gonna go bump bump, and then sticks. That's what I'm needing right now. Because I need to put that back down. That dun dun dun. Ah, that's the wrong spot. Dunt and dunt. But yeah, see, these right here, that takes 3 redstone torches per one. That takes 2 redstone torches per one. And then even then, like, you still need to use redstone torches and builds themselves. Like, this right here actually has two redstone torches themselves in it. Got a little torch lighter type deal. Because once that gets 2 in there, it sends out a redstone signal and it comes out through here. Fires this one, which turns this one off, which allows this one to turn on, which when this turns on, it activates that and it shoots out my stick. And then now I got 11 sticks. And then now I've got 11 torches. And then now I've got 25 torches in there. I want to at least leave one out of each thing that I want in each like a little segment. So that way I know what's supposed to be in that little area. What I've got assigned to each one. I need to figure out what else I'm going to put in here though. I need some more droppers. I got a lot of dispenser, but I need some more droppers. I've used a bunch of hoppers too. These I don't use anywhere near as much as I probably should. I need to start learning how to build with target blocks is better. They're good to like turn a redstone signal if you need to. And that way you don't have to worry about it powering like blocks above and below it too. Because if I put a block above like certain things, it would power it also. So they're good to start trying to compact your builds. All right, so that's done. Now I need to figure out what to do next. It's running, which these haven't even like started growing yet, but they'll get there. And of course, the chicken slash slime farm is there. And that's another thing too I'm gonna have to be careful about is like when it's if I have to use that, which I think I got enough slime to last me this season for sure, if not like 2 or 3 seasons. But if I have to go back and use this for the slime farm, I'm gonna have to do stuff. I fixed it the other day. It was working fine. Kelsey was using it after I fixed it. Matter of fact, I got like a stack and a half of iron off of it. I sat there AFK and ate. Yeah, the reason why there's no iron there is because Kelsey took it all. And she ended up, which in hindsight too, though, she ended up giving me like a stack of iron blocks. And then she went out a few days later and sat there AFK at the iron farm, got to get some more iron. All right. So now what? I finally figured out the design, and I've got it on my redstone world, my flat world, as far as how to like an auto shut off, which I could use at my fireworks factory, and then also on top of that, I also worked on the shulker loader design too. It may not be the exact best one, but it's the one I designed. And that's what I like about it. So if I had more shulkers, I thought about actually doing like a shulker loading my fireworks because it's only going to make enough. I've only got enough there for maybe like 4 or 5 shulkers worth of fireworks. But it's going to require me digging out a bunch and doing a lot more work, stuff like that. And that's the reason why I just haven't done it. But I've got, like I said, I got the designs for it on my Redstone world now. That's one thing that I don't utilize enough either is like just a creative world. I mean, I guess I could do a wool. Like, just have it all load out in one color, one area. And I know I'm eventually going to end up making a map art. I still contemplate doing the playing card. But I definitely need white concrete. I guess I'm going to go ahead and start digging this area out. That's going to be a different day as far as digging out all the sand that I'm going to need. Getting plenty of pennies out, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and just make this like 5 tall just in case. I'm not going to shovel, I'm going to put it up. I'll do that later then. Do I want to do a wool farm? I'm not really going to need anything besides black, red for a wool farm. If anything, I could do those 2 colors, have it feed up to the top. Just have it dump. Which I'm going to need a bunch of it whenever I actually go and do, if I do the playing cards. I still would like to do that. I got halfway through, literally halfway through making my deck of playing cards last season, and then that's when the server took the dump. And I hate the idea of leaving that kind of unfinished. I want this. I still collect all the copper. I think, well, the bad thing is though, copper is easy to come by, but I still end up collecting all of it too, though. That is the wrong button. Oh, I need to put that. Well, we can leave the redstone in my inventory for now. We'll put that right there. I wish, after looking at this right here, like every time they do an upgrade, I have to go back through and figure out what, like I already know what I have to do to fix the mod pack, but I don't want to keep doing it every time I update the server too. Yeah, the Monopoly cards ain't that bad. She has to change the color background of the card and then the name and then the pricing. I know she's getting pretty close done with it. But I already know how I'm going to build my, like, if I go, like, I want to have my own little map art area so that way I can do whatever. And that, and also, I've thought about, there's like one of those social deduction games that I like playing. Me and Lavender's played it several times called Werewolf. And I was starting to build an area last year. Just kind of like, if I got bored, I would work on it some. And that was actually the, like, D&D. I'm not trying to remotely build Among Us in this. Like that actually turned into where I did all the D&D short sketches at. And I was going to do like this thing, but now I know how I would design it now. It came to me the other day, and I kind of like just wrote it down and haven't really revisited. But I thought about maybe doing that also. I could do the map arts for the cards because you only need 2 different cards. You need one for the werewolf, and then you'll need like several for the villager. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I could turn it into Among Us or something like that. Just like do some type of like mixture, but you would have to do tasks and like kill people without noticing and stuff like that. That would be the hard part is like doing like the 1 hit kill, like or something like get it close to a 1 hit kill without anybody noticing. So it'd be somewhat of an because if you see like 2 name tags and all of a sudden you just see 1 name tag there, then you know somebody got killed, and it'd be kind of easy to tell who did it. That's the only thing about doing any game like that. I will leave that one there. Where's Stone at? Probably could have gave Maddie back her ball if I would have thought about it. All right. Slowly opening up. And I guess that doing this also is going to make it feel a little bit less claustrophobic over there. Stone's always good to have. Stone leads in the cobblestone or smooth stone, which also can be used in component building. I don't think diorite gets a bad name. It gets a worse name than what it really should, I believe. Let's get a shovel out. I mean, in this form, yes. But once you refine it, it does not look anywhere near as bad. And I'm like talking about Hermitcraft like I was earlier, how BOO used it to build that nether hub. I mean, that looks amazing. It's too clean though. That's the one I don't like about it. It's just the fact that when in real world are you going to see white that clean? I mean, it really, you'll never really see it that clean. This is where I accidentally load stone into my smelter. And that is the fuel loader too, so that's going to end up almost jamming up something if I'm not careful. And here it comes. I'll just fish it out later. Ain't that big of a deal. Oh, that's different. Banish the tumbleweeds from your chat and become the main event with bada 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 bada. I guess I can do .com. Um, we'll add that. Add. And then delete. There we go. Oh god. Oh, ask Lavender about tumbleweeds. Oh. Lavender is very fond of tumbleweeds. Yeah. One of my YouTube shorts Um, oh no, I broke the wrong thing. Where'd it go? There it is. So, that's the wrong button altogether. Lavender, yeah, she straight up got killed by the tumbleweed. Yep. The last time we played Peak, um, Lavender got thrown by a tornado, and I made the remarks like, "Yeah, she's dead." And she's like, "No, I'm not. I'm still alive." And she fell off the cactus to the bottom, and she was standing. Like, soon as she fell to the bottom, a tumbleweed came by, smacked her back into the cactus, and killed her. I've got. If you get a chance, go to my YouTube channel. There's a short and of it, and yeah, I was like, "No, I'm not. I'm still alive." And then cue this the sad music. That's another thing too. Looking up here at this one block, that's something else that kind of it needs an overhaul. Um, I honestly think that enchanting needs a big overhaul. Like, once you get access to villagers, enchanting literally becomes useless. And I think enchanting should be better than what it is. Like, I don't know how, like, right now it's randomized as far as the enchantments you get, but I think maybe you should make it where you can make it maybe more expensive to get certain enchantments as far as your level, but you can actually choose your enchantment. Like you actually opens up a book and it tells you every enchantment and how much it's going to cost as far as experience wise. And well, well, they do that and everything in mods. I mean, but I think that's what Mojang should probably make the move in doing. And then on top of that, you can make it like, let's say for instance, if you're comparing it from like copper or like let's say leather to diamond, that you could like it's going to be cheaper for the leather armor as far as mending, and say five, or like let's say 10 levels for mending on leather, but make it like 35 for diamond. Yeah, I mean, mods are I like mods are great for like ideas and implementing stuff on your personal servers. But at the same time, mods are just that. They're modifications in the game. It's just like if you're good at programming or anything like that, you make your own mods. So it's just one of those things when like people like it's in mods. I just kind of like, yeah, I could believe it because somebody else has probably come up with an idea, and it's just the fact that they implemented it by making their own thing. Like literally, imagination's the only limit as far as when it comes to mods. It's hard to compare with mods to what say Mojang. What you would think Mojang should implement like on the next update or something. There we go. That would be something good too to like to also cover is like, but as far as like right now, the only thing that you have like you got honey bottles for saturation. Like the best saturation you can get in the game is honey bottles. Um, Hands down, like the best craftable food, as far as bang for your buck, is going to be golden carrots. Or you can buy those from also villager farms too. And then you still craft apples if you wanted to, but like I think that, like, and then you got suspicious stew, which can do a variety of different effects depending on what you use to create the stew. But I think that's something else Mojang can actually do is like work on like different buffs for eating different food, which the hunger system can kind of limit on how much you do unless you go all the way down on your hunger. You would have to like really figure out how to implement each thing that you eat because you can have them do different like fillings as far as like how many like notches it would take up once you eat something. I think that would be another good thing. The cactus gun. Too bad you just can't like dispense a cactus. You can't really like shoot. How would you shoot a cactus in Minecraft? You can't throw a cactus and it actually hurt somebody, unfortunately. You could do it in Peak, but you can't do it in Minecraft. Bump, bump, bump. And then we start filling that one in. There we go. That box is going to be a lot more organized than the rest one. Oh, boy. This is the thing that always puts me to sleep. Is just sitting here just digging out. This is what I get for making underground farms, though. I want everything nice, hidden, tucked away. Plenty of handies out, that's for sure. Oh, itch, 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 scratch, scratch. There we go. Poor. Hmm. That was fun when we put all those gas in as his base. Took it forever too to grow up. That was fun though. That was the first thing too. As soon as I got the server updated, I hopped on and started checking stuff. Rum hopped on and I was like, all right. So whose base are we filling up? And Rum had everything pretty much already together. And we're like, we ended up going to NASA's base and just Rum made that big puddle there and started putting them in. I only got to put one of them in. By the time I got there, he was already there practically. Oh no. Emotional gas. I'll give Mojang this too. When you really think about this, is they really did put some effort into the gas, the friendly gas, for the simple fact that one, that's something a lot of people I've noticed kind of have talked about in the past. It was like they wish they had a way of doing like implementing a like some type of like group travel, but Mojane's never really done it. And but whenever they did the gas, the only that they've got group travel, which it's not fast, but still group travel, and you can make it faster using the rail system. Um, they they kiddified it on top of that, so now like any like younger kids and stuff like that, they're gonna think the gas is cutie. It's cute. It's got the little glasses that come down once you get on it. They made it not only for like redstoners and stuff like that. It also made it nice and interesting for the younger generations also. So they really did think of that on several different angles. So I definitely give Mojang kudos on that. Like, will I ever like use the actual gas for anything? Like personally, like incorporate it with a build. Yeah, those things are just like they're terribly slow. Now, like I used to like not whale and not you know I wasn't I never did it well. Haven't ever got to do it much, but I used to play on 2B2T. Like I like getting on there and just hunting because there's like I like hunting history. I'm not the biggest history buff, but I am, I guess you could say, maybe like a treasure hunter by heart. Um as far as like doing things like doing crap like crap, what do you call it, the word literally, yeah, gasket ball would be cool. If you make gasket ball, I would play that. Geocaching, thank you. Yeah, like I love a treasure hunt, I really do. I like getting out in the world and looking for stuff that's been lost, or like my like ideal job was like archaeology and one like watching Indiana Jones. When the National Treasures came out, I love watching those. Well, I was a Viking in the past life, but that's the stuff that I really do enjoy. I love the thrill of the hunt and finding things. And I guess that's why I like going to like places like thrift stores like Salvation Army and stuff like that, or Goodwill stores, and hunting up a good deal. Like I'm a treasure hunter, I think, by heart. I mean, honestly, I mean that's about the best way I could think of it. And so I like getting on. Well, oh god, I used to do it almost like religiously. Like I had to like travel for a job at time to time, and every time I had to go to a different location, I would do a geocache there. I had a missed opportunity though about 6 years ago about doing one in South Carolina. I've never been there before, and I didn't do one while I was there. And now I didn't even think about it, and now like I kind of like kick myself for not doing that one. But like I like would get on 2B2T, and like yeah, it has a bad rep, but there's also a lot of Minecraft history there, and there really is. And I loved going on there and just finding like a small abandoned bases and stuff like that when I came across them. Like I came across one that was still intact, somewhat close to spawn, and it was a double spawner. It was a skeleton and not a spotter, a skeleton and a zombie spawner. And I actually camped out at that base for like a good week, just getting my reserves up, stuff like that. So I like that. That's the kind of stuff I like doing. Like I literally would turn chat off. Like you turn chat off on TB2T. Like once you make it out of spawn, you just go out and you really explore. You build bases with the expectation. If you build a base on 2B2T, eventually somebody is going to find it and it will be blown up. But with me, I just like being nomadic and just like getting, finding stuff to, you know, not necessarily document, but just to see, put my eyes on it. Now, geocaching, I've done it with Katie Delicate, Lavender. They've both been with me while geocaching, and I I enjoy that. It's nowhere as big as it used to be. Uh, like the last time, that's several times. Like it's been like a bunch of DNFs or did not, not bounds, or you can tell where they've been at. It's been destroyed over time. Yeah, it was definitely bigger pre-social media, that's for sure, or during the start of social media. But you can tell now, like it's people don't go out and do stuff like that as often as far as anything like that's concerned, and it's just kind of like lost its appeal to through like the advent of more people staying home more, social media, blah blah blah. Yeah, definitely bigger before COVID. Like I didn't realize how big geocaching was. Like, or I guess, I guess you could say I've kind of also been spoilt because geocaching was huge in this area that I live in. But the reason why was like one of the, I guess, the more famous people that was in geocaching back in the 2000s also lived in the town that I live in. So he drew more geocaching into this area. Like it actually brought geocachers in to find his geocaching or his geocaches because he was good at hiding them. There's still several that are active from 20 years ago that he plays that I do not have. I cannot find, and it has like a lot of did not finds, but people will go back and verify that they are still there, and he's gone back and verified that they're there, and it's just that they are that hard to find. So it's a good little chunk of an area cleaned out. All right, we're gonna take out the stone. That's what I may do. Take this diorite out. We're gonna put all the diorite in that one. And we'll take the stone out. We'll put all the stone in this one. And we'll take andesite out. And we'll put andesite in this one. Make this a little bit better organized. That cobblestone can go in this redstone box. Speaking of which, we'll put this glass over there. I'm going to throw a bunch of glass. There we go. That all the stone? That looks like all the stone. Alright. Andesite. Andesite. It's a bunch of andesite. Alright. I guess we'll put this honey bottle in there too. Dirt. Dirt can go in this one. Oh, I'll go in this one. Perfect. But that's something I would love to be able to get back to doing too. I really wish I could have got one while I went to South Carolina. That was definitely a lost opportunity. But whenever I went to Detroit, I was able to actually get some up there. I got real lucky too. because I knew like the guys would probably be like, "What are you doing? You know, why do you want to make a stop somewhere? Or if there wasn't one close by, or you know, all the different scenarios where I would not be able to get one while I went to Detroit." But luckily, it was basically almost like a swamp or peat, however you want to call it, behind the hotel that I was at, out in the woods. And you could tell it wasn't always like that because there were actually a bunch of like scrap cars, you know, old cars. We're talking like 40s, 50s type where, you know, they just dumped them off at. And there was a geocache out there and I was able to grab it luckily. And took my time. Well, one evening when we got back, walked back there, found it. So it gave me another state. And I guess it gave me a new personal best in my geocaching because it's the furthest north one I think I got. The only states that I've been to that, you know, and I didn't get a geocache in now, South Carolina and um, Las Vegas when I went out there, out in Nevada. But I don't count that one for the simple fact I didn't even know geocaching was a thing at that point in time when I went to Las Vegas. I think the one that I kicked myself on is the South Carolina one now. It's kind of nice because if I really wanted to, I can go back to the website and you know I can have like kind of like a history of like different places I've been. You know, they kind of then I go like, oh, I remember getting this, you know, getting one at this location, or I remember getting one here. I'll remember this one. There's some of them I won't ever forget. Like the first like real quote unquote real world looking geocache was I was coming back from an inventory with AutoZone, and I was out in Georgia. I was driving back to Alabama, and I remember them being a geocache, and I had it on my phone. It's when you know, like you can start using your smartphone to do geocaching and stuff like that. It actually had like your navigational point and stuff. So I stopped by, and there wasn't good service there, but I stopped by where it's supposed to be at. You know, roughly was supposed to be at, and I was starting to wonder if that was the actual location. So I'm out there, and it how it went down is just really just kind of like by luck. I'm out there, and it's a corner of a field. There's a telephone pole there. There's a fence, barbed wire fence. It's the corner of the fence of the location. I'm there at the corner of this, not necessarily busy highway, but like this better kept up strip, and there's a county road that's coming off of it. And I checked the sign because you know when you're geocaching, a common place is to put like these little magnetic cylinders on signs where like how like the sign pole is rounded and the sign gets bolted up to it, and there's that makes that gap right there. That so inside that little hole that it makes is a common place to put the little logs in it, little round log, you know, roll up log in it. I check it. I check the fence. I check like the telephone pole. I can't find anything. You know, signs of any type of geocache I've ever seen before. And I'm giving up at this point. I was like, I'm thirsty. It was hot. You know, like I said, I'm on the corner of this road. And I was just like, I'm thirsty. I was like, I'm going, and I'm going to get me something to drink. And so I'm sitting there thinking of which direction to go would be the closest to like a gas station, so, you know, something where I can get some water at. And as I'm walking by, there's a water spigot there at the edge of the telephone pole. And I was just like, I wonder what the chances that water spigot would work. And I was like, then it literally, it just clued in on me. It's like, why is there a water spigot on a telephone pole, on a power pole? That, I don't think that's even legal. You know, that's definitely not, you're definitely not supposed to have that. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I went down to turn the spigot on, and whenever I went to turn it, the whole thing turned. So basically, what it was, no, it's definitely not normal. I mean, if it would got hit with like, if something would have happened and it energized that pole, it would have got grounded out to that water, and it'll electrified basically everything that's watered in that area that it will carry through before it eventually ground out. But anything, it will electrify anything that was using that water, anything that's in a close radius. I believe that's how that would have worked. So, but yeah, but basically what it was a water spigot on a PVC pipe, but that PVC pipe was in another PVC pipe that they sunk into the ground. And whenever you pulled it out, it had a chain with a what they call a Boston tube. It's just basically it has a rolled up log sheet inside of it. So whenever you pulled it pulled it out with a chain with a Boston tube attached to the bottom of the chain. So that was actually the geocache, and that was my first like experience of like using somebody going above and beyond using like items like that for a geocache. I think I got an ad about the roll. Yeah, there's an ad in progress. But I've always had fun geocaching, and you. All right, here in a second. Intended for. Oh, I forgot to change that. Oh crap! Hold on. Edit stream info. Disable that and done. There we go. I forgot to change that. Stream info updated. There, at least I won't. No, we got plenty of stone. If I can get that filled up with stone, that would be just right for her. Actually, she in fact is a Stardew Valley almost fanatic. Oh God, no, 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 no. Okay, cool. I was like, please don't be near my redstone. So yeah, we're definitely getting near some water now. There's that big like little pond of it over there. Here we go. So that's gonna be about as high as it can go. The ad about done? Yeah, it's done now. But yeah, that's like that finding that one at the power line pole though. That was the first one I saw that was like replacing an actual real world object that shouldn't be there. And also it really started letting me know about the ingenuity of people building these geocaches. Like the first, let's say like a puzzle cache where you have to solve a puzzle to get to the log sheet. Because if you're not familiar with geocaching, the end of the goal is to sign your name onto a log sheet. That's the thing. Like you go to the website, you say you found it, but you can't say that you technically found it until you have signed the log sheet for that geocache. So, um, like the first puzzle cache that I've ever saw was actually it's right near my house. It's literally a 5 minute walk from where I live at. Now I live in somewhat of a outside of the city limits of where I live, or the town or city, whatever you want to call it, where I live at. I live right in the city limits. So it's kind of more rural in this area. I'm gonna live on a mountain, there's a lot of trees and stuff like that. It's not been industrialized. There's not a lot of, like a bunch of like neighborhoods or anything like that. So, and it's under a bridge at a stream. And so I get out there and I take my dad to it. My dad always wondered what I did whenever I said I was going geocaching, because I'm going out exploring, stuff like that. So it was near the house. So I actually took my dad on it. And we get out there, and I park. I was like, it's probably under the bridge somewhere. And I get out there, and there's a PVC pipe there. It has a bottom to it, and there's a hole in the bottom of the cap on the and the cap on the bottom has a hole in it. And it has a geocaching sticker on it, and it's mounted to the pylon underneath the bridge. And I see it, and I was like, "That's it." And he's like, "How do you know?" It's like I told him, "That's the sticker. That's the sign for a geocache. That's just a geocaching sticker that's on it." So we get over there, and I look at it, and I see the hole. Well, I didn't notice the hole at first, to be honest with you. I didn't. I saw the hole here in a minute, but I get to it, and I see it, and I look inside of it, and I have a little flashlight on me, and I see a fishing bobber in it. And I didn't think about two and two, you know, putting water in. How are you gonna get the water back out after you're done with the geocache? Therefore, hole in the bottom of it is whenever I put the first like thing of water in, because I didn't have nothing to put water in, and look down, it happened to be like just like a bottle or something that floated down that little stream that fell off the side. You know, somebody threw out of their car. Who knows what? But I picked it up. I filled it up with water out of that stream. And I went over there and I poured it in. Of course, it came out, and there's a rock right there at my shin. So it hits this pees out of the geocache onto this rock and splatters all over my pants. So I ended up putting my finger on it, stretching down, getting it, and Dad's walking around looking, you know, just exploring basically. And we ended up getting the geocache. Well, that's the first time I ever had to deal with a puzzle cache like that. I've done a couple accommodation ones, but that's the first time I ever did one. The ones I like finding the most, though, like probably like a lot of people, is like the bigger caches, like the gigantic one top deals. Um there used to be one over in Gadsden, Alabama. Um Behind the Gadsden Mall, there's the river. I think it's the Coosa River. Either way, but there's a bunch of like a string of islands back there behind it. You can see them, you know, and at one point in time, I guess it was the city of Gadsden, they ended up building walkway bridges out to these islands. And we're talking about this, it's not like a little like 4-minute walk across these things. It's like to get to the big island that's out there, it's gonna take you like 15 minutes to walk out to it. A 15-minute walk. Scottsboro has used to have a bunch of them too. Um, but like, so, and I guess they had some bad weather, and it tore those bridges up, and they never rebuilt them. So it ended up that one geocache I'm talking about is actually ended up getting kind of like left behind, and I think it ended up getting, or I don't know if it got destroyed or forgotten about, or they shut it down because they had no way of servicing it. Oh no! I need dirt. There we go. Oh, there's like 2 spots I ended up digging into. That one and that one. There we go. Perfect. But so I didn't know how to technically get out there. So I ended up finding somewhere close by, which was kind of a sketchy area to park at with my car, but I ended up finding somewhere to park, and I walked down because there's no real easy way of getting out there either, unless you walk from the mall. But if you walk from the mall, it was a longer walk than where I parked at to get to it. So I ended up finally making my way to the bridge, and ended up walking across these string of bridges. And like I said, it took me like probably close to 25 minutes to finally get to the geocache itself. But it was definitely worth it. It's called a Travel Bug Hotel. And basically what it is, bugs are like they have codes on them. So once you find one, you log it in on your geocaching page. Like, hey, I found it at this location, and then once you take it and you drop it off at a different location. So these things, but they travel. Used to be a lot of, yeah, there was all like every payphone back in the day had like a geocache on it. Um, but it was a travel bug hotel, and somebody made this enclosure out of wood, and it looked like an outside of like an old like bed and breakfast type. You would imagine like a big bed and breakfast up north, big like 2 3 story or big like 3 story house, windows, shutters, and then you would open up the front of it, and there was all these shelves in it, and then there were hooks on the door where you can hang them up at, and I think I picked up a travel bug there. I can't remember for sure, and but yeah, it was awesome. It was huge. This thing was like 3 foot by like 2.5 foot, top deal, real big, real cool looking. And if you knew where to look, and if you had something like a binocular or something like that from where the mall was at, you could actually see it from the mall, but you needed like binoculars and know where to look on this island because it still had overgrowth in front of it. But especially during the winter, you could see through the overgrowth if you knew where to look at for the actual like geocache container. So it was really cool. I liked it. I wanted to go back one day, and I found out that or whenever I went to look for it, it showed that it was taken down. And oh crap, I forgot what you call it. We like basically it's just history at that point. Like, either way, it was, I remember seeing it. It was I missed that one. It was really cool. I've always wanted to build a giant geocache like that too, but I don't have a good location to put it. I had my own coin too. I remember the first travel bug. There was actually a coin, and me and I call him my little brother. He's technically never me and my ex technically never got married. But I always call, I still, even to this day, when I talk about him, I always call him my little brother. But we end up going to this one place, and we end up finding a coin, an actual like geocaching coin, but it was never registered to anybody. So I actually took it, and I registered under my account, and I traveled for I think over a year with that thing, and I finally decided to let it loose, to let it travel, and I put it in the geocache, and ended up being like stolen within a week after that. I guess I went during the night to drop it off, and I guess somebody maybe nearby saw me out there, or saw the headlights of my car when I stopped and I turned them off or something. I don't know, but within a week, I think it ended up like somebody else went out there and put a DNF, and I went back out there and I couldn't. It was not there, so I'm pretty sure somebody that lived. It was on the side of like an old county road. I'm pretty sure somebody took it down, and it's just like, come on, really? I mean, seriously? Like, there's like a packet that was inside of it. It says, "Hey, please don't remove," but I guess, if it's on your property and maybe they didn't have permission to put it out there, I can see why they would take it down in, but it still sucked. Like having that coin and then, it turning up missing like it did. I got some now, actually. I got some, actually. I think they're up beside me. Hold on. I think they're in here. Yeah. That's it. That's another bad thing about geocaching right now. It's the fact that once you put like, it's not like used to, you could put a travel bug out there and the thing would travel, but it got too popular in my opinion, and a lot of people would like do it for like a day or two, and then they would be like, all right, whatever. But people would take the travel bugs out rather, I guess, rather, not understanding what they are, or maybe just not caring. And they would take, the travel bugs don't travel like they used to. They end up turning up missing way sooner than later now. And that kind of sucks. That's the only bad thing about trying to do travel bugs now. It's just, they end up turning out, they're going missing way too quick. And me and Lavender, we bought some the last time I wanted to do like geocaching, and we released a bunch, and I don't get email movements on them, and like you can see where they make it to maybe one or two, and then they go missing. This poof gone, which it has been a while now since we've done it, and it kind of makes me wonder. Really, there we go. It kind of makes me wonder if if it's still like that or not. So I don't know. May have to check that out one day. Let's see if they still go missing like quickly or not. If not, I would like to start trying to do that. That's the one thing I always liked is like watching them like trout, like go to new places and stuff like that. Places that you probably never be able to get to. I'm definitely up for it. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna be like doing much and not gonna be working or anything like that. That's for sure. But I would definitely like to see like, oh crap. What can we, if we could put some out, see if some travel and stuff like that. I'll actually go through this bag here in a second and see if I actually still have any in here. This one needs a torch underneath it. There we go. I'll just put some dirt in that hole. Okay, cool. Nothing underneath it. All right. But I got probably an email. Did I? What's on? Okay. Oh, okay. Foot. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, my video game's out for delivery though. Oh. Every so often I still get a pain. I guess if I don't move it for so long, I guess it's when it hits. Maybe that, I don't know for sure. Alright. Regardless, it's time for a reposition. Oh, just random pain. Alright, cool, we're good. Alright, look at this. We got so much room for activities now. We'll clear this up real quick. Definitely gonna have a lot of stone. Look at this. Yeah, so we got so much stone. Full choker full of stone. Now we put the rest of this stuff in here. Ain't nothing like having a shulker of stone. Yeah, I get that's probably what it is. Yeah. It's random muscle spasm. Oh god. I got it hurts now. I wonder what we're at over here. I wonder if that one, I think the first one needs to fill up was that one. Yeah, it's at 64. 60. Okay. So it's not quite there yet, but it was in the 50s, so it's definitely grown. All right. There's a hole somewhere. There it is. Perfect. Look at, oh, there's another one right there. Off it. Oh, I bet. That, that's the one thing. Like, luckily for me, like I I'll move my ankle. I don't know if I'm supposed to or what. I know I'll leave it. Obviously, I'm in the boot, but every day for about 5 minutes, I take my foot and everything out of the boot, and I let it kind of naturally like settle. And I also move it back and forth a little bit, using that muscle, just kind of like, just I won't say I ain't trying to stretch it necessarily, but I am trying to use it a little bit. And I don't put a lot of pressure down. Like I know I can't stand on it. I know I can't put my weight on it. But I'll like how I'm sitting right now, I've got my knee at a 90 and my foot's flat on the ground inside the boot. So I got it where it'll actually like, I got a little pressure on my bottom of my foot, my heel and everything. So oh yeah. So, all right, let's see what's in here. I think this should be geocaching stuff in here, I hope. If not, I don't have a clue what's in here. Yeah, it's geocaching stuff for sure. So I missed my original. This is the cheaper version because the original one that I had for geocaching, I can't justify buying. I had a 550 Garmin, and this one is a eTrex 10. The 550 I had was a touchscreen colorized GPS, while this it had like 4 buttons on it, while this one only has like little like turn thing here. But I used the crap out of that 550. I used it up until where like it wasn't functional anymore. I used the crap out of that one. I also always carried it with me when I went hiking, things in that nature. Um, but now I've got this one, which I don't keep batteries in or anything like that. But it's practically I bought it brand new. The 550 I bought from a place called Unclaimed Baggage, and I bought it for like $150. I think that's what it was, or something like that. It might have been 200, but either way, it was nowhere near the actual retail price of it. But I ended up buying this one brand new. I've had it for a couple of years. I haven't used it that much though. Oh, you got plenty of trade trinkets. Lavender bought a bunch of stuff to trade with. Hey, there's some actual rechargeable batteries in here. I'll take those out. Get those things charged. We've been using the crap out of AA batteries ever since I put the. Yeah, there's some more right here too. I'll take them out, and get them charged up. Plenty of different like little trinkets and stuff like that in here to trade with. Um, there is some trackables in here too. Is there anything else in here trinket wise? Or not trinket wise, but trackable wise. I thought I had all the trackables in here, but they may have fell out. So I got this from a geocaching convention, I think. Or I want to say it was, or I may have bought it. I can't remember. But I've actually got some Rot in the Rain log sheets, like the good log sheets, the waterproof ones. And yeah, we definitely got some trackables. We've got chains for the trackables there. Here's Lavender's little bee trackable. Now this was a two-part set. It had a coin that was basically the same as this, but as a coin. Um, we released it, and it immediately went missing. Like the next log that was in there was trackables missing. Was not there. Did not find the trackable. So somebody took it. They still got the little like keychain part of it though. Here's the cat, trackable. Here's the dog, chinchilla, the cat. Um, then we got some little coins. These things are heavy too. They got a little bit of heft to them. And then of course we got a cockatoo. Here's a cockatoo one. We bought like a pack of them or something like that. And then we've got the hamster. The hamster's actually been taken out. It's on a chain. I think I might have had it on the side of the bag or something like that. I can't remember for sure. So yeah, we definitely got trackables that could be released. There's another one of the chains. We got, of course, a little Crown Royal bag that they're all in. Let's put that back in there too. We'll make sure it's all nice and taut, so that way we ain't gonna worry about it falling out. There we go. Awesome. So yeah, definitely still got trackables. I think this is like the original bag that I used years ago too. I think bag is old. I probably older than some of my kids. We got batteries that definitely need to be charged. Is there anything in this front compartment? Just should be pins. Yeah, bunch of different pins, writing materials. There's a little. They don't work though. Just said there's a little flashlight here, but it's probably a AAA battery. Is it corroded over? It ain't corroded. I guess maybe it's just dead. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, that's working. Look at that. That's cool. We're exploring. Nice little flashlight for what it is. A little cheap flashlight. Alright. I've had that bag forever geocaching. A little fanny pack. Maybe fanny packs get a worse rap than what they deserve. Maybe that's just getting old. Get the old man wanting this fanny pack. Should be a battery charger in here. Don't fall, please. Please don't. A bunch of stuff start falling out. Oh, got rid of that. I can stop. There it is. I 3D printed a battery box. Nope, that's the wrong way. That is the correct way. There we go. I actually saw one of these like battery chargers, and they had like 4 batteries, rechargeable AA batteries in it at the Salvation Army, and I almost bought it. All right. This went for me building, trying to figure out what. Oh, charging up. Be for building redstone farms, trying to go on through nostalgia lane. Guess that needs to go back in the geocaching stuff. Go hiking. I highly recommend having a GPS on you. And I ain't talking about your GPS on your phone either. I'm talking about an actual, if you go hiking a lot, invest in a satellite GPS. They, in fact, do come in handy. It has, I won't say it saved my life, but it definitely got used. Well, it was during I was geocaching. I may have told the story streaming before too, though. Like, I ended up going to a geocaching convention at DeSoto State Park in Alabama, and it was a 2-day event. The first day, it was kind of like a meet and greet type deal. We all kind of showed up. It started at this one point in time, and we hung out for about an hour, and then everybody left out to do some geocaching. They had I forgot what they're called, but basically it's a lot of geocaches. You, Scenic Road in Fort Payne. I forgot what exactly what road designation that is, but basically every stop sign or sign had a geocache on it, and somebody pre-set them out for the convention, and they released them the day of the convention. And that way you get like it was a numbers thing, just like the glow, oh, I found X amount of geocaches, and it was like a string of like 50 of them or something like that. I can't remember, but they released that one, and then there's people. No, it's that. Well, Citadel Rock's off of that road, off of Scenic Road. Um, I forgot exactly what, like I said, the road designations, but Citadel Rock is off of it, where you turn off. You can turn off Fisher Road, and turn on the Citadel Rock Road. All that, but so, and there was two men. They were there with their wives, but their wives were just basically there. They're not really geocaching. They're just there. Their husbands are there. They're there. So it's two older men. There's one man there with his two kids, two or three kids. I can't remember for sure. And I ended up going with them. We all loaded up in a van. So I went in a van with these complete strangers. And I'm riding in the trunk of the van. And we're going to go and get all the ones in the Soda State Park. So have already found all of them that were in the Soda State Park except for one. There's one that I still haven't got. And it's the furthest one out. I just never taken the time to do it or anything like that. So we go out and we start knocking them all out, and I'm helping them find them all. And I've already seen them. I know where they're at. It's just getting to them. And so we are slowly knocking them all out, and it's starting to get dark. And we're on the last one the Soda State Park has inside the park at the time. And it's the one I don't have. And it's also one of the ones that's the furthest out there. And I made the mention, hey guys, we need to get back. It's going to be getting dark soon. Like, we need to start getting back to the vehicle. They're like, no, it's not that far. It's just right up this way. I think we can get out before it gets dark. And I'm like, guys, I know I'm from this area. It's about to get dark. It's, I forgot what time it was, exactly. But I was just like, we need to leave before it gets dark. I don't want to be out here in dark. Yeah, it was pitch dark. There was no moonlight out that night. There's no moon. And they keep going, no, it's the last one. Let's get it. Come on. Well, at least I came out with a good story. So we get to it, and we get to where it's at, and it's dark. Like, we're using cell phone flashlights, and we find it. It wasn't dark enough at that point in time, but it was, there's still some light out, but not much. And we found the container. We signed the log sheet, which was, it was the last one, but it's almost pitch dark at that point. So we get everybody together and we start getting out, and it gets dark. And we stop, I had a flashlight luckily on me. And they're like, what do we need to do? Do we need to call the park ranger? And I was just like, we're not calling the park ranger. And I was just like, this is what we're going to do. And luckily, one other guy had a flashlight, but he didn't test it and it didn't work. Cell phones were dead. Everybody's cell phone was dead. And this is the point that I'm getting at. Luckily, I had that 550 on me, that Garmin 550, and I turned it on whenever we got outside the van. So I knew which parking area that we parked at and knew exactly where the van was. So that way we wouldn't have to walk up and down the road to get to the van to try to remember where we parked at. Luckily, I had it on the entire time. And I was like, this is what we're going to do. Like, I got a flashlight, and we had we had batteries and everything enough to get another flashlight working. I was like, I'm taking the lead. I've got the 550. I was like, I went to the guy that had the kids. I was like, you're in the back. The kids are in front of you. You're going to shine the flashlight on me. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we would have got lost for sure. We would have got stuck out there for no doubt about it. Got stuck out there. Um, if I didn't have that GPS on me, we would have got lost for sure. Like that's no joke. Um, so luckily, like I told him, I was like, "You're gonna take this flashlight and you're gonna shine it on the back of my head, and that's where you're gonna keep it. You're gonna make sure those kids stay in front of you. Everybody's in a single file line following me, and I'm gonna take this one, and I'm going to walk out of here, and I'm gonna call out." When something, if like there's a big like trip hazard or step down or anything like that, I'm going to call it out, and we're walking out of here. And we ended up walking out, got back to the van, which, and we ended up, making it back to our campsites, or, I was on the campsite. There's, whatever they were staying into, their lodging for the night. Everybody made it back to it. And I didn't think nothing else about it. Hey, Lavender. Thank you for being still here with me. So we ended up making it out. And the next morning, everybody's staring at me. I'm sorry. That's a downer. I'm sorry. But so the next morning, I get out, I get to where we're like, no, it wasn't necessarily an awards day type deal, but I forgot, like, it was I forget what they call themselves. It was like their awards day, but they had, like I said, it was a big meet and greet, and they had like their little awards or whatever for their group. And I get out there, as soon as I get there, everybody's staring at me. And I'm like, what? Why? What did I do? What's going on? And come to find out, those guys were telling everybody about what happened that night. And I was just like, oh God. It's like, so now you're telling everybody that you are idiots for being out and not going where you needed to go. And then on top of that, you're dragging me in with this. And one of the guys there, like, he's an experienced outdoorsman and stuff like that. And he's just like, dude, I'm so sorry. It's just like, it's just part of it. He's like, well, thank God you were with them. You were able to get them out. You had enough sense about you to get them. It's like, well, dude, I'll raise in these woods. Like, this is my home. It's like, that ain't no big deal to me. It's like like the night that I got there, I actually got there late. Or the night before the meet and greet. The night when like everybody's showing up, setting up their campsites or whatever. It was like on a Friday. When I got there late, and they had like a potluck at one of the RV sites. And I don't blame you. You go ahead and lay down then. But they had a potluck, and it's supposed to go on, it went on late in the night. And I went to one of the perimeter sites, which is across the park. And I ended up taking a hiking trail all the way through the park into the section, because I didn't know the passcode to it's actually got like a gate in it, and it shuts at a certain amount of time during the night, And so I'll set up my site at my camp, my tent and all that, and in the dark, which I kind of regretted. I ended up moving that next morning, but I ended up just hawking through the woods, 8 o'clock at night, until I got to the potluck, and hung out with them for a little bit. And I was like, well, I'm going to hike back. And they're like, where you at? And I told them I'm in the perimeter site. And they all looked at me funny, like, you're in the perimeter site? And I was just like, yeah. It's like, you walked down here? And I was like, yeah, I didn't know the code to the gate, so I just walked. And they're just like, it's dark. And I'm like, yeah, no doubt. And just walked back. But, I'm used to being in these woods and stuff like that, at a young age. So, but uh I digress off of the what I was originally going to be doing. Um, but yeah, that's just how my event started. It's all memorable. I will never forget that experience. That's for sure. I'm gonna need some redstone dust. Well, that's the thing. I didn't even carry that GPS on me. Like the potluck night, I didn't even carry my GPS on me. Like I literally had the map, and well, I was all self learned. Like I should have been a Boy Scout, but my parents couldn't afford me being a Boy Scout. And I say that because my next door neighbor was a Boy Scout. He ended up going all the way through it and becoming an Eagle Scout. And he wanted me to join and do it with him. We're best friends growing up. We did a lot of stuff together. And we he wanted me to become a Boy Scout too. And I went to like one or two meetings, and it was painfully obvious that my parents could not afford to do it. Yeah, pretty much. It was just kids out in the woods. But they like that was a very special like Boy Scout group for sure. Um, it was a very tight knit troop. It was the Mentone troop. They were very tight knit, and I say that because I think after they got done, there wasn't another Mentone troop. I think it was just that one. They practically went from the bottom all the way through it. Most of them became Eagle Scouts, and they did things like one point in time they did a week backpacking trip through Russia. Like they got landed at one spot, backpacked through Russia, and then came home. Like that was like the like what you think of Boy Scouts is like them fly going here and backpacking across all this terrain and stuff like that. Well, I don't even think they like other stuff hazing stuff. Like our young or one of our youngest um got to do Cub Scouts for a year, and which it just really wasn't him, and it wasn't for him or anything like that. It's understandable, but it's just I think he would have done it in another year, I believe, but a lot of came up. It wasn't even hazing. It was to me, it was more along the lines of like poor leadership, or I won't even say poor leadership. That's not the correct. The the guy that was the scoutmaster, he was a good guy. He was actually a pastor, and he did the Cub Scouts for years and years and years. I say that, but I don't know for sure. He did it for years. Either he did it for a while, and so what happened was he had an opportunity to pastor a church, so that middle around Birmingham, Alabama, and he took the opportunity. It's a big church. He was, they asked him to come be the pastor of this big church, and he took the opportunity. But by doing so, as far as the Cub Scouts, he didn't leave any good plan of directive. It was more of the fact that, hey guys, I'm going to be doing this, and somebody needs to step up. And me and three others, he was just like, hey, if y'all just share the responsibility, everything will be all right. But you grew up at a Boy Scout camp. Oh, that's cool. Like we have a big camp, literally. Like I talk about Benton, Alabama. There, that's actually a big Boy Scout camp there. Uh, I think it's the biggest one in like probably within like 200 miles or something like that. I can't remember for sure, but either way, he didn't leave any good plan and directive. Like if it should have been the fact that, like, hey, this person handles this aspect, this person handles this aspect, this person handles this aspect, and everything will be all right. And we got to talking, and nobody knew for sure what all needed to be done, who needed to be talk, who we need to talk to, who, we didn't have like it was literally, it felt like he was there one day and gone the next, and that was it. And that ended Cub Scouts in this area. Oh, I bet so. I couldn't imagine. Like that's the thing that like if whenever I was a kid in Boy Scouts, if there was a girl there, that'd be like what just being a young boy, that would be like it would have. I don't want to say it weirded me out. It'd just be strange. But I will say this now, since now girls are part, it can be part of Scouts. I think that's probably a better thing. Now, I mean, there's still like some like gray areas to it, and there's some like, but I think having girls incorporated in like the Boy Scouts, I think it should just be the Scouts. Honestly, I think I know they still have the Girl Scouts on, and I think if they got the same goals, it's rather you put them together and you have the same goals, or you have the Girl Scouts at this goal and the Boy Scouts at this, or the Scouting at this goal. I'm glad they actually incorporated it where Girl Scouts are actually a part of Scouting. I, th- I think all the subjugation of large like sections, I'm glad that's actually out the door. Whenever we took our youngest, I I don't have the time. Like I won't make the time. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not the fact that I don't have the time. Everybody has the time. It's just what they choose to do with the job or do with their time, and I won't make the time. I'm gonna be honest. Oh yeah, it's those damn cookies. It's the reason why it's thriving. It's the cookies, which I don't know if they start getting cracked down with all the stuff that they found out that actually is in those cookies. They may not be thriving like they used to. They said the Girl Scouts like it literally that's what keeps Girl Scouts a profitable thing is those cookies. And come to find out, that has like a lot of metal and stuff like bad crap in those cookies. And yeah, it's not good. But yeah, the Boy Scouts is struggling. That's one of the things that was talking about while our son was in Scouts was the fact that there's a lot of troops that are not doing good at all. And there's a lot of troops, there's nowhere near the amount of troops as there used to be. It really is. And I think the best way I've heard it actually described, and it's I forgot exactly who it was. It's like the Mormon, not the Mormon. Oh crap. Oh god, the people who ride horse and buggies. I can never. My memory's going out, guys. I'm gonna end up having like memory loss when I get older. Um. Oh god. Either way, it's the community. The Amish. Thank you. Yes, Amish. Uh, the Amish probably described it the best. Um, they don't. You see, somebody asked somebody about the an Amish person once about why they don't have vehicles, and and it's the fact that they don't actually see cars as evil. They don't. They don't. They don't reference cars as evil at all. And but it's the fact that if they had cars, they would live further away from each other than what they do. See, like they do like a barn raising or something like that. The community builds that. Everybody in their community actually gets together and then builds that thing. But the thing is though, they all live close enough where they they their community can come together easy. It's a 15-minute ride on a horse and buggy is not that far of a distance in comparison to what we're used to. A 15-minute ride in a car can take you, 15 miles away, if not, depending on how you're traveling, if not maybe further. If you're driving 60 miles an hour, 15 miles is, 60 miles an hour at 15 minutes, that's 15 miles away. That's a pretty good distance away. That's a day. That's, you know, almost like maybe a half a day's walk, depending on the terrain. And so you got to think these people live just a couple of miles, at furthest away from each other, which makes it, their community that much closer. And, and that's what one of the things that, you can't have these communities, you know, people lived out, and then what a lot of this is, a lot of it boils to like family. It's their family that's close by. You might only have like five or six, seven families, but they all live close by. You know, and that's what makes their community so tight. And they know if they had something like cars, they would live further away from each other, and they wouldn't be able to get together as easy as they do. They can't. The word of mouth wouldn't be able to spread. That there's a lot of different factors, and that's truly what it is. The further you live out from people, you know. Well, I agree with that. Like, I don't know if my dad's side of the family has any type of reunions. I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure I would have heard about it. I would have been at least invited to one of them. But whenever my dad was alive, at least once a year, they would get together at my uncle's house, and they would watch an Alabama game together until they would still get together even after my grandparents died. That they would still get together where they could. On my mom's side, they hardly ever get together. They used to get together every Thanksgiving. I remember as a young kid, but after my grandparents passed away, everybody started tending to their own families and stuff like that. After the parents their parents left, they started focusing in on their family, and they still get together from time to time, but it wasn't near as much, but it's still there. But now, like, I don't hear of anything like that. And it's the same way, like with neighbors and stuff like that. Growing up, we didn't have all this technology, and stuff like that. Growing up, we had like four kids, and on this road that I live on, it's a very small road, and we got together. We rode, me and my buddy, my best friend. We rode bikes together. We explored the woods together. We hung out. We slept at each other's houses. We did all this stuff together. Across the street was a young girl close to our age, and it was close to her. At the end of the street, there's two kids there. Now, we wasn't as close to them, but it's because their parents wanted us to stay away because they didn't like us going up there that much because their parents were known drug addicts. We, of course, being young, we didn't know that stuff. But yeah, that's exactly the truth of it. Being younger, this neighborhood was close. It was really, a lot of us, grew up together. And like, I know my neighbor. I grew up with my neighbor. They ended up selling that property to actually a friend of my best friends. Which was a friend of mine. I wasn't that close with him, but he did scouts. He was in the same scout troop, stuff like that. And I actually work at the same place that he works at. And I might talk to him, working with him, living beside him. I might talk to him once every 3 weeks at best. You know, and like we don't really have a community like we used to. Now if I need something on my neighbors, I'll send them a text. and that's the end of it. I don't walk to his house like used to. You have to walk to their house or give them a phone call and actually have a conversation. And we don't have that anymore. There's no village to be had. With the rise of technology the way it is, you can't have that. You don't have that. You if you need something out of a neighbor, you message them, you send them a text message. 30, 40 minutes later, they'll text you back, and that's about the end of it. That's all you got anymore. And the thing is though, nobody wants to be like everybody has like this high fly, lifestyle. Oh yeah, and really it is. And I mean that's also true. I see it every day with my kids as far as the social skills. Like you don't have it. Like our neighbors at the end. It's obviously there's different neighbors out there. We don't necessarily get along with them. They like to hot rod their damn car through this. It's a one way street through here, and they locked it up one day because my kids were in the road. And I know our neighbors asked them, it's like, hey, you mind slowing down? And I love him to death. Don't get me wrong. I'll do anything for my neighbors, but he doesn't have the best social skills. And he may have offended them. I don't know. But either way, and I went up there and I had crosswords. And oh yeah, that's the truth of it. Small talk is, opening up to just random strangers is the best way to have gaining new friends and stuff like that. But so I don't get along with those neighbors. And then I got another set of neighbors I don't think I've ever really actually talked to. I really don't. I know who they are. They know me. We know names. But I don't think I've ever actually said a word to them. And that's because their mom used to live on that property, and after I don't know if she passed or maybe she got admitted into a home and they took it over, but either way, they cleared the property off because it was vacant for years. But they cleared the property off and now they're living up there. And I've lived here for all my life. I'm nearly 40 years old, and 36 of those years is me like living at this location. Oh no, I'll say 34 of the years is me living basically on again, off again at this location. And so we know of each other, but I don't think I've ever actually said a word to them. But yeah, communications, as bad as I hate to say it, it literally is becoming a lost art form. And you can ask Lavender. I don't meet a stranger. I'll talk to anybody. I don't care. And she's like, "Come on, they're trying to do something." She'll tell me, obviously they're trying to be nice and they've got their busy lives and stuff like that. But you got to be willing to stop and slow down and just like nothing that you're doing is probably that important. Let's be honest with you. Nothing that you're doing is probably truly has to be done and finished right there on the spot. And I think that's where we get lost at a lot of times is having those conversations. Like I used to get aggravated because my dad, I'm no different from my dad. I am my dad's son. And, like, I think, thanks, Nas. But like, I used to get aggravated too about that. I'm like, oh, I got so much I want to do. There's so much I want to get. I want to go home. I want to get to my video games, or I want to go to my buddy's house. And my dad's sitting there having this conversation. Or he's talking to all these random strangers and stuff like that. And it used to aggravate me. And now that I've gotten older and I've kind of seen these things, and experienced them, and I'm doing them now. And I think honestly, a lot of people should do this. I mean, should have these conversations, stop what they're doing, and just talk to somebody. And it's not only the fact that it builds a better community. I think it honestly helps people, like mentally, like therapeutic. Because being able to openly communicate with people on this kind of level, on that, or just on an open level and stuff like that, you really don't know what these people are going through. maybe they need a friend. Maybe the fact that, maybe they got some stress or something like that. Maybe they don't have friends or haven't ever been able to make friends easily, or, you know, maybe they're just highly depressed. You don't know what these people have got going on in their lives. And I think honestly, it would hurt. It would help more than it hurts. And it could be beneficial for a lot of different people just doing this. I mean, I know it does for me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, and you can ask Lavender on this. I've been dealing with depression. Like this past week, my depression has been at almost a near all time high. It's not. I've been at one point in time in my life, I was I was worse. But this past week was pretty bad. Exactly. I mean, I'll agree with that, Katie. But like this past week, you asked Lavender, I was bad. I talked had her come out here in the studio with me, and I was talking to her about it. And I've been pretty much. I didn't think about it at the time, but I've been pretty much in this building, the studio, by myself for the entire time that I've been out. I haven't spent much time in with the family or anything like that because I've been out here streaming, and it's hard, especially those first couple of weeks. It was hard for me to get around, so I didn't want to keep putting in, you know, the effort to getting back and forth because like I have to go through my yard and then up a flight of steps that has like they're real mossy and slippery, and then I have to go through like a little narrow little walkway where my son's room, through my son's room, stuff like that. And it was hard for me to get around those first couple of weeks. So I stayed out here, and basically we did that just because it was, it was hard for me to get around, but it was easier that way. It kept me from like tripping over the animals or anything like that. I have everything I could possibly would want out here, quote unquote. My computer's out here, a TV, gaming systems. I've got my little refrigerator behind me and stuff like that. But I was at the end of those 2 weeks, started in that third one though, I was lacking true human interaction. I would always, at the end of the night, stuff like that, I'll be with Lavender, especially when we went go to bed, stuff like that. But I was not having any human interaction through the day whatsoever. And I didn't realize how much of a toll it was taking out of me until it literally built up, and I was just like, I was to a pretty bad point. And I was talking to Lavender about it a few days ago, and I broke down a little bit because of it. Cause how depressed I was. You know, I can't get out of the house. I can't do anything. Oh yeah, and I isolated myself, and I didn't realize it. That's my own fault there. But it was better for my health because of all the animals we have and stuff like that. I was very less likely to get hurt out here than I would be inside the house, basically. Especially with my foot being splinted and not in this boot. If I would have made the wrong move, it slipped and fell, I would have been out of work for a year instead of a couple of months. So and traveling back and forth, that was always a risk every time that I had to go back and forth in between the house. So obviously it was safer for me being out here than it was inside the house. So you know, I broke down. I'm not gonna lie about it. I was depressed, and I'll definitely agree with that. Um, so me and Lavender talked about it and everything, and she's been out here more with me. I know she's got a lot of stuff that has to be done inside the house, but she's taking more time. Like yesterday, it was basically me and Lavender out here the entire day. and we sat around, we watched Doctor Who, talked about things and stuff like that, and just having her out here with me lifted my spirits up so much. You know, just having her out here, having somebody out here with me that I could talk to and I could look at, know that I'm not alone. It made me feel so much better. Like it was a night and day difference. You know, as far as you know how I felt. And I know, like I know, or this past few weeks, I haven't slept as well. You know, I've had my sleep's been really poor, stuff like that. And the past 2 nights, I've actually been able to get better sleep. And I don't doubt that it was probably one of the other things of my, that was affecting my sleep was my depression. So, it's those things that you just don't account for. And communication is definitely one of them. You know, we need to have people around. And, you know, I would like to be part of a community that like I used to have whenever I was younger in this neighborhood. And the only thing that would cause it from happening, I do believe, is like the other people. Like I said, I love my neighbor to death. Like if he called me up, like, "Hey, you're in a boot, I know, but hey, do you think you could do this for me?" And if I think I could safely do it for him, I would do it. Like even if he's like, "Hey, can you do some research on this for me? You know, I haven't had time to be able to do it. You know, do you mind doing this? Like some computer research?" And I'll be like, "Hell yeah, sure, dude, I'll do it. Here, I'll hop on it right now. I got nothing going on." I would do anything for him and his family. You know, now people up the street might be a little bit harder to do, or I may not necessarily want them around. Maybe there's been, like I said, we've had disagreements and we've had to actually call the cops on them a couple of times. As far as like, like them, like, far as like things that happen up there, not like far as like necessarily illegal drug related, but like domestic top deals. So I may not necessarily want the people at the very end of the street, but the people next to them, though, they're not been very social. I've tried to communicate with them, and it's just kind of, I won't say it fell on deaf ears, but I think they're just want to be private people, which, I'll respect that. I won't necessarily agree with it. I think like I said, communities are good, but I'll respect, that. And I won't pressure or anything like that. But, I would love to have a community like it was. Like my kids actually do used to go over to the neighbor's house and play with their young son. He's a little bit too young necessarily for like he's definitely younger than our kids. But the younger kids would go over there and spend time with him, which I think it was a good thing, and I would love to see that more. I really would. But our kids now are always tied to their computers. But during the summertime, we cut them off of it. We'd be like, "Hey, y'all are gonna go outside. You're gonna spend some time, whether doing something or playing or anything like that." And I do think that's like highly beneficial as far as like what I think needs to happen. And I would love to have a better community where I live at. But I would definitely highly encourage having conversations with people, strangers, stuff like that. That or even like going to conventions that you enjoy with for something that you enjoy. Yes, please. I could definitely use some water. I am out of both my water bottles. I thought you was taking a nap anyways. All right. I still don't even know what to build over here. I know we've been slowly been making sticks. I need to slowly start making wood planks too. Da da da. Quartz, that, some redstone. I'll leave one right there. This is all the redstone. So I'm gonna probably be seeing you here soon. I'm sorry. I ain't meaning to wake you up. But oh, hiccup. But yeah, I think community doesn't get talked out about enough. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, community. Honestly, I think community is one of the things that just doesn't get talked about enough. I really don't. I really think it. Honestly, it should. All right, we're gonna leave that up there. Let's see. The diamond fund is not good. Lavender spent some. Then I've got some more. Yeah, we need some dust. All right, let's go take a trip. Oh, my favorite minecart. The quickest way out is going to end up being right here now. Oh, there's lavender in the room. Ah, ah. Oh. Hey, baby. Uh-oh. Easy. Thank you. What? There's a piglin. I'm just going to let him stay. He ain't hurting nothing. He might even find his way back there. Well, Nas, you might make a few diamonds. That's one thing. I will say this. Like, I know I was talking about far as like, go to conventions and stuff like that. I and like we went to a Renaissance fair, and that to me is a step of doing like something like a LARP. Like I know I've talked about it in the past, and I still would like to do a LARP. Now it may get postponed a little bit further out potentially than what I want to, and then there's one that's nearby, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's just like they're not too good with their presentation of what they have to offer. So I would love to see the local LARP that's actually up near where Katie Delicate lives at. You know, I was a part of their Discord group, and I've actually taken myself off of it because it's just one of those things where I don't know if I'm ever going to do a LARP with them. But I would love to try to do a LARP. But we've been going to Renaissance fairs, and that was fun. Now we didn't obviously just sit and talk to a bunch of random people. We talked to a couple of people, but you can tell like there's a better community of people up there. And there's a Facebook group for that Renaissance fairs that I'm a part of. There's an active like people talking. Thank you, babe. But there's an active group of people like doing stuff out there in their group, and I thought that was really cool. And I would love to be able to like go to a LARP because once you get into one of those things and know what you're doing, you know you can, they are a very top knit like community and stuff like that. So I think that'd be a good way to join a different community and going to conventions for things you enjoy, like going to those geocaching conventions. I would never met the David or the one that's like the one of the, at the time the biggest geocacher out there. I wouldn't have met him if it wasn't for wouldn't even know he lived near like in the same town as I did if it wasn't for the fact that I went to that convention. And then of course you got other types of and stuff like that. Mm. Well, they know. So yeah, I think going to those things could be very beneficial. You can have the potential of like meeting new people. Well, of course, you may have to start up the conversation, but I think that's a good way of like trying to meet new people, stuff like that. And that's one thing I'm actually kind of glad about the server and the way it is because, I mean, we have a very nice like community also. Like it's unfortunately, we just can't, we can't just naturally just visit each other and stuff like that because of living distances. But at least we have where we can spend time together and stuff like that. At least we, that, and also we do, obviously like play other games together and stuff like that, and we can still do like. I think I'm pretty much good there. I think that's all I'm gonna need right now. So I am actually very thankful for that. How we could, we all get along real well. We could, we not only are we like basically living on this server together, but we also are willingly like spending time playing games with each other. Always, open and inviting to like everybody on the server as far as like if we do play like a different game outside of Minecraft together. So, and I guess that's another thing too, how like I'm I won't say I'm necessarily hesitant about adding a lot of people to the server, allowing a lot of people to join. It's the fact that I don't want a lot of people that nobody knows to join the server because I know everybody else is kind of like with me. Everybody's kind of protective of what we have here because it's a very special thing, and I don't want to just invite a bunch of like strangers to the server and somebody potentially trying to ruin what we have, well, intentionally or unintentionally. You know, you know, as it says, one rotten apple spoils the bunch, and that's something I don't want to spoil either. I'm kind of hesitant of like taking chances on. Like I still go from time to time in these Facebook groups or Reddit groups and stuff like that. People looking for like somewhere to play, and I'm still always hesitant of like trying to find somebody that's really wanting to play. They'll when you've added a couple of people, some stayed, some of them, they're, I guess it's not maybe as busy as they were hoping or something like that because, or we're not at the start of the season, we're somewhere halfway between. It's, you know, and they end up bouncing out because it's not what they expected or what they wanted, which I could, nor can I blame somebody. If it's not what you want, it's not what you want, obviously. If it's not as busy, that's cool. And, it's not the fact that we're not necessarily busy. It's the fact that, that's why we're trying to maybe add more people too, is to be, to make it a little bit more inviting, a little bit more like, every time you log on, there's at least one or two people on, but a lot of people don't want to rather put that effort in, or it's the fact that they're just the expectation should be already be there and it's not, and they just they don't think about that, they just they're looking for the already establishment, or as far as the establishment of the some a busy server or something like that. But all right, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back here in a minute. Please enjoy a break screen and a couple of commercials while I return. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see here. Alright, cool. Yeah, I think it got it. I think it's longer than 2 years now. I know we was up here when I started the server. It ran. It was almost 2 years for season one, and then I know this one's got to be getting close to a year. I thought it was at least a half a year. It's got to be at least 2 years though. The front of my desk is so cluttered, and it bothers me. But I do have the back side of my desk completely uncluttered now. That makes me a lot happy. Yeah, we known Kelsey for 2 years, and we ran for a year before we had anybody actually like outside of our like who we knew personally, as far as like family and stuff like that, playing on the server. So that poor computer. It ran so long on that old computer. Literally, that thing was gutted together with pieces that I've got off of my friends. I just realized I need to work on my mic too. I was picking up my keystrokes. If I have my hands on the keyboard properly too. I noticed that the other day while I was doing some editing, and I just now seen it again, and just happened to think about that. And I need to fix that. Oh, like it's not even picking up the fact that I chew, but it's picking up my keystrokes. Love you too. Filters. Release. Test, test, test. Oh, seems like it's all right. Hello. It's still picking up. It's not bad at 100. Yeah, I'm playing with the limiter right now. Like whenever I was editing a video the other day, I could hear like keystrokes and stuff like that in my headset. I didn't realize it that the release of my limiter wasn't high enough to block out not be active with keystrokes. Like you can still kind of hear them whenever I talk, but not as bad. But I just realized it was picking them up now with me not saying anything, and I was like, "All right, that's a release problem," and I'm actually like working on adjusting that right now. I've got my filters up for OBS, so I'm gonna try to get that fixed real quick, so that way if I'm not talking, you're not hearing like click, click, click. Jesus. It may not be something I'm going to be able to easy to fix. I yanked up my release. But it's, yeah. All right, that's definitely not working right then. Maybe it's the wrong prop. Maybe it's the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure that was it though. Noise gate. Wait a minute, that's what I need to do. Test. Test, test, hello, hello, hello. All right. If there had a type on that keyboard. Hello. Hello. Okay, that may be good there. We'll try that. Yeah, I think that's good. I sit there and just like clicked away on my keyboard and nothing happened. All right, cool. All right, one downstairs we go. I got to work on my diet. It's something that's something I've been just lazy about. I'm not gonna lie. I am lazy about my eating habits. I know how to improve them. I just don't take the time out or have the mental capacity of like wanting to do so. Like I've been living off of these crackers basically for 3 weeks. I've been eating these things for like break, which whenever I was working, I was eating them for breakfast regardless. But now it's just a point where like right now I'm eating some. I've just been basically living off these things, and I know they're not the healthiest things in the world by any means. I need to get back on like fixing healthy foods and things, and that's something I'll have to do one day. Strip mining, but taking the time out and actually like improving my. You're welcome. Improving my like health and like I was doing good while I was at work. I actually lost like 20 pounds before the surgery. I'm afraid to know how many I've put back on. I've reduced the amount of food I've eat. I know I haven't reduced it enough to offset the amount of like me being stationary that I have been. I love you. I don't want to hear you. Mm-hmm. And another thing I was gonna do, I was gonna try to pick up my Spanish. For a year straight, I was on Duolingo, and I was on it every day. Like I had a year streak. Yeah, even though I might have missed it a day here and there, you still have like the like little streak freezes that you get, and you can continue your streak that way. But my streak was actually for over a year, and that was probably a year and a half ago. And that's something else I was going to try to do is turn into another habit is like at least being on Duolingo. But I don't want to do the paid version again. Like I had the paid version for a little bit, but that's when I quit doing it too. So for half a year, I had Duolingo paid for because I bought a year subscription because it was cheaper. They ran a big discount, and I ended up buying into it. And they had that big discount. But half that year, I didn't even do it. I didn't even attempt to do it. So I don't want to buy into it and not use it again. But I was trying to find another one where if I ran out of hearts on Duolingo, I could swap to a different like language or foreign language like program and do it for a little bit. But I found myself, I think I've done it 3 times in the past 3 weeks now. Yeah, this is the start of the third week. That's something else. I would love to, increase is my actual like knowledge of a foreign language. I've been learning Spanish. We actually have a large Spanish speaking community in this area. All right, so okay, so is that it drops right down to like right in here. Okay. But I would love to be able to learn another language. Um, like I said, Spanish should be the most handy thing in this area. I mean, like I said, I would say there's is maybe at least 15%, if not maybe 25%. 25 is a stretch, but I'd say at least 15% of the community in this area is Hispanic. So I think that it would come in handy, especially at work. All right. So things that we could do. We could do a sheep farm back here. We don't have a wool. Now, if I do the build or the playing cards, I'm going to need a bunch of wool. I've thought about it. Like that's one thing I know. Like I did Duolingo for a year, and talking to native speakers in a foreign language is you learn so much quicker that way. Like before I started doing any type of like foreign language, I did or I was working in a parts store and a lot of our customers were Hispanic. And that's where I first started learning Spanish. I think that's the best way to learn. Talking to native speakers of a language, don't if once you can get over the part of being embarrassed or whatever fears you have of like messing up, because they're there to help you learn. They know you don't know how to speak this, and that's what they're there for. If you can get over that and realize, hey, this is what they're doing is to help me learn, you will succeed and learn that language so much faster than you would just on an app. Like I'll learn more in a couple of months working at the parts store as far as Spanish than I honestly learned on Duolingo as far as actually communicative skills. Now I've learned more words through Duolingo, some of which I'll probably never use in a Spanish conversation. And I've learned more about how sentence structure is, how it needs to be through Duolingo. As far as actively communicating, the native speaker all the time. See, this is exactly like you're teaching students English and stuff like that, and you're having to like, hey, it's okay. You got to think if you take that, you're gonna be the student to another person. So yeah, I mean, if you got that type of opportunity, I would definitely suggest using it. If you're learning these, I know you're teaching English, but learning other languages, by all means, if you got that type of opportunity, I would definitely recommend taking it. Like I want to learn Spanish. I would love to become fluent. I need to take the time out, and I would love to become fluent in Spanish. And after that, I know once you become fluent at a language, it opens the door to pretty much almost every one of them after that. That's what kind of what my goal was. I need to get back on it. But yeah, I would like to have the be able to practice with like a native speaker myself. I used to stream on Sunday mornings, and I had a guy from Turkey hop in my chat, and he will be like, "Hey, my English no good. This, this stuff like that." So I was actively actually googling using Google Translate and trying to talk to this guy while streaming too. I've had a couple like people with Spanish, and I'll use what little Spanish I knew, or I'll use Google Translate and try to talk to people in like Spanish also. I would definitely say if you got that, I would definitely, definitely do it. I would love to do it if I could. All right, I need to breed some. I'm gonna do. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end up doing the wool farm next. I'm gonna end up doing the wool farm. I want to see. I know a small one right here. Yeah. No, no, that no, I would definitely agree with like we're not especially the best is talking English, even though we're English, English speaking. All right, we're gonna do one. I know where some cheaper at. That'll be enough to do babies. If there's that many sheep over here, one, two, three, four. Awesome. I'll give us two babies. That I gotta start taking the time out to do that more though. That's something I know I don't. I would love to be able to do it more often. Take the time. I don't utilize my time the best that I can. And like so many other people, I doom scroll from time to time. I'm not saying that I don't. I know I do. Especially like going to bed. I try to unwind and I end up doom scrolling or going on Facebook and going through Marketplace or something like that. And I really need to stop that. I have books. I have a nightstand and it's flat, rectangle top. It's got a drawer on the top of it and it's the same width of the whole nightstand top deal. And the whole thing pulls out, you know, and then underneath it, it's vacant. It's walled in, but it's vacant with an open front and a shelf. And the shelf contains like four books in it right now. And I got a book that I've been actively reading, but I've been actively reading this book for 7 months, and I'm like 2 chapters in. And that's where I really need to focus in at. And I even have like a lot right there, like I could turn on and read. I could turn the overhead light off, read. If that, Lavender wants to go to sleep, it's not that bright. And then I could read every night and just turn that light off. Just roll over, turn the light off, put my book up, and then I can go to sleep. And I know that would be healthier. That takes out every bit of blue light. Right before bed, so my mind can start going, "Hey, there's no active light. It's getting dark. It's time to sleep." I know that would help my sleep, but I don't do it. It's just you know, like everybody else. You're into like that cheap, easy, you know, crap that we're into. But I need to actively start doing that also. But I don't. I'm not the best at utilizing time. I'm not terrible at it. But I'm definitely not the best. Like right now, obviously, I'm utilizing time to stream stuff like that. Oh, on a different note, though, AutoMod just got kept out of bot. Yay, that works. But like this is time I've allocated to stream. Wanting to build a stream and taking time out to get to talk to people, stuff like that. And so but my personal time, I'm bad about doing some doom scrolling. Like I'll end up getting on YouTube. And I'll hop on YouTube with the full intention of watching maybe with something long form or something maybe educational that might help me, say, for streaming or some type of like repair. And then the first thing I'll do is something will catch me. The algorithm will catch me on a short, and I'll sit there and doom scroll, and I'm just like, and then I'll catch myself, and by the time I catch myself, it's rather too much time has passed for me to start something long form, or I'm just not even in the mood for it anymore. Like I like I watched I wa- I watched a lot of stuff. As far as like I was doing a lot of stuff. As far as like improving like your YouTube videos, your streams, and stuff like that. And that's where like I found Caster Labs. All kinds of like how to like set up your OBS better. And then I've watched a lot of like business videos and stuff like that. Like I would love to own my own business. I literally would. Like if I could, you know, have enough income coming in outside of me working a 9 to 5, you know, I think I could actually run with it. I've successfully ran businesses for other people as like a store manager position. I think I've been awarded through AutoZone far as like I took what their loss or their shrink, and I literally for one store I cut it down by half within 9 months. I took a failing restaurant that was bleeding money and turned it profitable in 6 months. I like watching like stuff like business wise and like learn how to run a business and stuff like that better. You know, but now like I don't do it anymore like I used to. I can't bring myself to watch that kind of stuff anymore. Even if I got the intention to, I will find a video and then within 30 seconds I'm like off of it. Just I can't do it. And then I'll end up going into like doom scrolling, and then that's the end of it. My pickaxe is almost gone too. But that's why I was really hoping like my the little 3D printing business would get off. But once I actually started researching down that rabbit hole, because I was printing for general public. I even got a thing that I've been doing for one person since last year, and I'm still not finished with it. But I can't set my printers up the way the room's set up right now. I need to replace an outlet before I can get my printers back up and going. And I can't walk. I can't move around like I need to actually replace the outlet like I need to. But but whenever I was doing all the 3D printing stuff, I was really hoping that business would kind of like take off more than what it did. But then I started, as I was researching and stuff like that, I realized that, you know, printing to like the general public is not what you need to do. You need to find a business and sell one part to a business, and then you grow from there. And I could not get that one business to save my life. Like, like printing for businesses, like especially if you don't have like an LLC or anything like that, it's about impossible. And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to grow a 3D printing business, something that, I could start here at home, literally here at home, and then like work my way up from there. And I just could not get it done. I just could not get it organized. Um, and then finally I just kind of gave up on it. Like printing for the public, making stuff for the public is so hit or miss. It's horrible. And then on top of that, your customers, you don't know if they're going to pay you or not. So you might be out time and material on a customer with no intention, them having no intention of like collecting the part or paying you for it or trying to haggle you over it. It's just, it's rough. But, what? Huh? All right. Yeah, I'm kind of confused of what's going on there. Um, but yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not hard with Kelsey, but still. You know what I haven't done in a long time is sleep. I haven't literally slept for hours, which is like years in Minecraft, and but say something. Okay, no, she did. All right. Mm, I never forgot. I'm in off topic. I never forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, but yeah, it's hard not to get on YouTube and just like doom scroll or something like that. But I'll waste too much time on there now. Like I get on Marketplace on Facebook to look for stuff to like resell, and but I don't. Hopefully, when I can get walking around, I've actually got a couple of things I do want to sell on YouTube or not YouTube, like eBay. But I don't want to do that yet until I can actually start moving around. So, but at the same time, I know I spend too much time, and it's not a good way of making money. Every so often, you can get lucky and find something to like resell on eBay or something like that. But more often than not, as soon as something gets posted, somebody's gonna see it too because there's so many people doing that, and it's gonna be gone before you can get it. And then on top of that, the stuff that you will find, it's very low profit, and with it being low profit, you're better off like working like for instance like a part-time job than it is to try to make a business out of like reselling stuff that you buy off like, from like Facebook Marketplace and stuff like that. You used to be able to actually make money doing it and make pretty good money. Matter of fact, back like 25 years ago, I had a cousin. That's all she did. She would go to thrift stores, yard sales, and hit up anything in that nature and buy stuff to resell on eBay. And now the market's so like there's so many people doing that now. You just can't make any money at it. Like I don't think she does either. I forgot what she's into now. I know she had like a change of course. She did it for years. I bought her a nice house, stuff like that. But now it's just impossible because everybody knows like not only does like there's so many people doing it, and it's the fact that now like it's like you see it in the thrift stores. You go into a thrift store now and there's eBay prices on their products. And what it is, they're looking this up on the internet, what it sells for, and that's what they list their price at in the store. So that took out a lot of like resellers that way. Because the user they just put a price on it where they thought it might be worth, and that they could sell it pretty quick for, and and a reseller will see that item and go, hey, this sells for a lot more on the internet, and they would buy it and flip it. You know, Salvation Army or whatever the thrift store is made their money, the reseller made their money, and now it's impossible. It literally, and on top of that, it's just the fact that even if you see it and you put it on Facebook Marketplace, there's a lot of people. It's like they just go straight to eBay and sell it. It's just like, oh, I want to sell it on eBay, and then whatever I make off of it, I'll mail it to somebody, especially if it's like smaller items, like the stuff that you want to find to sell on eBay. It's the fact that now it's just the fact, people, if it's small item, they may just sell it on eBay themselves. Like I can't tell you how much money I've made off of eBay like years ago, but now it's can't do it. So it sucks, but it's just kind of how like things are. This is how things become over time. Things are going to naturally change. I miss it. I'm not gonna lie. Knowing what I know now, you know, I think it's just the fact that you can't find a product, you just can't do the business. Like I would love to have my own business. Like I have no doubt, as far as the work ethic, I would be able to put the work ethic into doing something like that. It's just the fact that I wouldn't know what to do. And I guess that's one reason why maybe I stream is because it's something I can do here at home. And, you know, I'm not going to be profitable stream like this. I'm not going to make enough money at home to, you know, be a full-time streamer. I've already broke that math down. I know exactly how much I would need, how much, actually that needs to be off the wall some. Or I can dig the wall out. Well, I ain't gonna do that right now. Oh, I'm gonna dig a hole instead. Like, I've done broke the math down. I know exactly how much you would need. And there's like no way I know I could be a full-time streamer. It not gonna happen. I'm not gonna be naive about it or anything like that. But I would love to have something where I could, the dream of being able to work from home. And that's one thing about it is a lot of people won't put the work ethic in after they get to that. If they do get to that, people tend to get lazy at that point. But I know I wouldn't. Like, I like to think that I wouldn't anyway. Like I've been told I've had a really good work ethic most of my life. I guess maybe, I've heard it enough where I believe it. I don't know. It's just like I said, it'd be kind of hard to say. Gotta hope they don't shoot off. I know what I'll do. I'll put up another there. Roadblock. Awesome. And then we'll put up, I only need 2 colors. I need black and red. If I do the base white, I only will need 2 colors. And that should be enough. Do 2 colors. I need dirt. I'm winging this whole thing. This is literally how I design all my redstone stuff. I just like start out with an idea and then use what I have, and then also like all right, that should be good, and that will give me at least 2 to 3 areas for sheep. I gotta get the sheep down here too. I'm underwater. Yeah, no, I am not underwater. All right. All right. So, there's sheep are going to have to climb up there, and I'm going to have to drop them in somewhere. So, make a little like ramp that way. I need a grass block. Also, this is bright enough for the grass to actually glow. Do I have a spoon with soak touch? I do. I need to borrow 1 glass block with the intent of not returning it. This one. Place it with a start. I've got a lot of respect for anybody that does a full-time like content creator life. Like knowing, let's say for instance, well, I know a lot of us are all fans, or watching the stream are all fans of like Hermitcraft and stuff like that. Like knowing now how much he basically makes, as far as I know, he's actually got partnered and stuff like that, and he's in with YouTube, and like knowing what his content brings and stuff like that, and what it consists of, like, obviously, like, if you're yeah, it really is. Like, I don't think Impulse or any of, like, a lot of the hermits, they don't have a crew that works for them. They do it all. A lot of them do it all themselves. And knowing, well, first they got to get LLC'd. And then basically what it is, they own a business, but they get paid a paycheck however they do it, however they decide to pay themselves, but they pay themselves out of this business that they own, and that's what they got to live off of. But whenever you have an LLC like that, a lot of times you have to like pay like for your business licensing and stuff like that every year. Then you got to pay the business tax. Then you get your own personal tax. Then you also got to make sure you're making enough to pay for your insurance, because if they a lot of them live in the United States, they have to have some type form of health insurance they have to pay for. So they got to pay for their health insurance. And then it's all the, like your equipment and stuff like that, building your computers, paying for licensing of your programs, whatever you decide to use. Like I use Wondershare, and I did for like version 13. I'm got a lifetime subscription to 13. I forgot how much it was, but my video editing software, as far as it's up to version 14, but I don't use it because I'm paid on 13. I don't want to pay whatever it is to upgrade to 14. But if you don't using a type of like any type of video editing or anything like that software, you gotta pay for software or like what is it? Orion Sound, or I forgot what the like a lot of the sound effect um and music things. I forgot what it's called, but I've got it wrote down somewhere. But you got that's a monthly, usually year subscription to that, you know. And then it's the time of doing everything. Like I've been streaming for 4 hours right now, and like I don't have a single bit of content to use. I feel that will be valuable far as to make an actual like Minecraft short or enough to make an episode and stuff like that, a Chronicle Craft episode. Like I don't have anything in that type of area. Like I streamed all that streaming I did last week. I had enough to make one short, I felt. The week before that, I was lucky. I was able to make 3 shorts. I thought was decent shorts. But I could took those 3 shorts and could really combine them together to make a really awesome short. But I decided just to make 3 shorts, so I just got more content. I was able to flood the algorithm hopefully more with more content. But I got to give it up to those guys. Like I've been doing this for 3 weeks now, and it's coming up and creating the content. It's a lot of it. That's where a lot of your headaches are. Once you actually get your editing down, like I probably could take better time. I could probably learn a few more things. I know I've been getting better with my editing and like using sound effects and music, camera angles and stuff like that. That stuff increases with your volume. But actually creating content that people want to watch, that's where a lot of that work entails at, and that's where the stress comes in. Like this week I ain't got anything, or this past week I ain't got anything since I created that last short. There's nothing. I have nothing far as a good short, and that's where a lot of it just kind of like sucks. Yeah. Actually, I know one thing I'm gonna do. I got some iron. I'm gonna make 6 more buckets and go clean out all those cauldrons real quick. That way I can load up another one of those. I'm gonna have to eventually get some sand and make a bunch of glass. I know Rum's gonna be like, use villagers, and I'm like, well, I don't have them. I don't feel like taking the time to do it, and it's just how I want to do it. It may not be the best way, maybe not the most productive way. It's the way I want. But yeah, creating like coming up with the content is the hardest thing. And I like I would like love to be able to do like the live series. I think honestly and truthfully, as a content creator, for the most part, I think you get better content, or they're getting better content out of the live series than they actually do out of like the Hermitcraft. Like, because there's always something going on in the live series. There's not always something going on the Hermitcraft server. So yeah, I mean, there's so much commitment that has to go into content creations. like, and I mean, this right here, like what we play on Chronicle Craft, you know, it's like it's just a miniature like hermit craft. We've got people that come in, they come and go as they please. You know, everybody's kind of doing their own thing. You know, I know a few of us is trying to do some content creation. You know, I know you say you would love to start recording. You know, Maddie, used to do some streaming on here. Xena's trying to, do some recording on here. I stream and record. Geo was building shorts from time to time when she can get some content going on. So that, you know, the far as the actual content creation side of the server is slowly increasing, but at the same time, it's just like really don't have all that much going on. And you really start thinking about it with Hermitcraft. That's a lot of times it's them talking about their builds and like little small interactions and stuff like that. And then of course, they got people building the big games, and that's where their content comes from. Is whenever somebody builds a game, they're all about that game, and then it kind of slowly tapers back off again. And then they're kind of without content until, somebody builds a game or something of that nature again. So they're constantly having to come up with, like, on top of that, like, new ideas for it's like, their content, because like we need a new like, game or something like that to keep people, interested in or something, things in that nature. I'm probably just gonna do two, to be honest. I don't really, I'm down here. I can do that. But like I said, I've got a lot of respect for those guys. But I really need a uh well, fill it in. It's gonna be a glass block, so that shouldn't bother the hopper cart. I do need to do the loading or the unloading of the hopper cart though. Alright. But that's why, like I said, I don't ever think that I'll ever reach that point. As far as to be like a full-time YouTuber. But at the same time, I do enjoy doing this. Or, stream or anything like that. But I do, in fact, I'm planning on doing this for a while. I mean, I enjoy doing this just because of doing it. And like, I've met people now all over the world doing this. I've gotten friends from doing this. So yeah, I definitely couldn't just ease off of just like not streaming anymore. There's one point in time until I just realized what it was going to entail as far as becoming a full-time content creator. And it got me down about it, because I was like, this may be my way of getting out of like this industrial job and getting into like a different profession. And then once I realized like not the commitment, but what it was going to entail as far as like on a personal level, and like while I am talkative, I know I'm not the best, like most charismatic or like the prettiest face or anything like that. So like in a lot you do, like, bad as I hate to say it, people don't think it or stuff like that, but you do have to factor those things in, and to a degree. And I know I'm not, a lot of those things that's gonna further drive like what, you would quote unquote need to become a better content creator, a more professional or more published content creator. But at the same time, it's just like I enjoy doing this because like I found a way to and get like the enjoyment out of it, I guess you could say. So all right. So that one's ready to load except for the glass. I need glass. I think there's some up here. I'll have to end up making some more though eventually. No, this is all the extra glass that Lavender made. And I'm sitting here just burning through it. Oh, come on, come on. On a different note, my video game, I got a notification earlier that Need for Speed Underground 2 will be delivered today as long as nothing happened. Oh, God, we got less. I'll take 2 steps. That was a game that I enjoyed. I can't tell you how many hours I got in. I'm playing that game whenever I was younger. Being a teenager and the whole Fast and Furious car culture. Where am I going? Like, I was deep into it. My buddy, my best friend, those my neighbor. It's where it originally came from. I remember he had a old like early '90s F-150, big pickup, 2-wheel drive though, just old beat up pickup, and he ended up getting rid of it and getting a Honda Accord. And I didn't know why until we ended up going to the movie theater because he was always big in the stuff like whatever the current like culture thing was. And I was still kind of young. I think I was like 14. Yeah, I was 14 at the time. And the Fast and Furious just came out and the import culture was coming on. And like we went and watched the Fast and the Furious, and I was helping him work on his car. We were young, we were broke. He had a job. I didn't. Obviously, I was too young, but he had a job, and he was going to modify his car. And it just being young and stupid. Didn't know what was doing or anything like that. Was going off of the Fast and the Furious movie, which knowing what I know now is it's actually nothing but a big joke, like the original one was. And but whenever Need for Speed Underground came out, that was the way to modify a car when you couldn't afford to modify a car. And I put so many hours in it, like honest to God, like tinkering hours of like putting like the vinyl graphics and stuff like that on the car and getting the color, what color I would want and stuff, how I would set the car up. I spent so many hours into it. It's not even funny. And now I want to have another opportunity doing it. And that's one of the things I kind of liked about how like the racing games were going like in the mid like 2010s and stuff like that. Like or the late 2000s, 2010s, because I ended up getting lived out in Scottsboro. I was living in that camper. I had a makeshift like driving simulator going on. I had my TV that was in my camper, but I had like a table and I cut a notch out in the side of it. That way I could have I had a 360 Xbox, racing wheel, and I had it mounted, and I had enough room underneath it where I could put my feet in it. And then I got one of those old like gaming chairs. It didn't have like a base to it. It's like one of those kind you can just sit in the floor and you can rock back and forth with. But I had it, and I had an actual like wheel, like a car wheel that I wasn't using. I got it on some type of trade. I just did it to make somebody happy. But either way, like I didn't have it, or I didn't need what they wanted. And there was something else in that trade I was wanting. It's just the fact that we're throwing the wheels in with it. And I had them underneath that rocking chair to hold it up just right. It was like the perfect height. And basically I had my own like racing simulator. In the time though, I had a '03 Civic hatchback, SI hatchback, and that was the one that you would wanted for that year model to race. And I think it was Forza, and it was a couple of years after that car came out, but it was in the game. So I actually in Forza had that car, and I had it built to the same specifications that I had my car built. Like I actually at that point in time knew what I was doing. Like unlike Minecraft right now, because I don't know what I am doing. But I have the specifications copied from the car that I actually was working on and I built at the time to the specifications in the game. So that way, when I raced in the game, it was like the closest thing I could get to the racing my real life car. Like I was building that car to race in SCCA events in Huntsville at the time, more or less like parking lot racing. What it was, uh, what was doing. Okay, there's no gate in that. I need a lead and some scaffolding. We'll be able to get those guys out of there without letting everybody else free. I still need to weigh down too. I might want to work on that first. Right here, I can go down. We'll find out. Yeah, we can go down right here. Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. But we'll build a little 4x4 drop down and put some water down so they can splash inside of it. But I remember spending so much time just making sure that car, like the rod height, bars with the suspension. Um, there we go. Far as like the modifications, the brake modifications. Like I actually had some time and a little bit of money in that car, and I love driving that thing. Like I upgraded like the suspension where it could hold the ground better, like cornering at higher speeds, and it cornered better at a faster speed than it did without the suspension, honestly. But that's the one thing I kind of didn't like. Oh, I forgot it's coming over this way. Was the fact that whenever I upgraded it and improved the handling, the car would go on three wheels. Like the back, it would literally, if you cornered it at fast enough speeds, it would pick the back tire up off the ground as you cornered. And whenever it did that, it was so much fun. Like you knew when it picked the tire up, you felt it in the car. But whenever it did, you knowing that you just picking that little leg up every time you did that, and the sound that it made, and it was fun. That's all that was to it. It was just straight up nothing but adolescent fun. And that's the one thing I missed actually from improving the car. That's the one improvement that I was like, it took some of the fun away. It was such a fun car to drive regardless. So, yeah, it to me it shouldn't have been as much fun as it was. It wasn't the fastest by any means, but having like it was a manual transmission and having the shifter, like it was actually like in the dash. It was coming out of the dash instead of being down on the ground, which was actually a good thing because it got your hand closer to the steering wheel. So it would, you know, decrease the response time from shifting a gear to getting your hand back on the wheel. But all it, all in all, I had a blast driving that car. It wasn't the fastest car I ever owned, but it was definitely the most fun driving. This, where is the leads? Is it on the bottom? It must be on the bottom. Yep, there are leads. We just need. How many we're doing? We're doing 3. Need 30. Come on, you good? All right. We're gonna eat some chicken. This out. They're gonna switch that out. We're gonna get that off my hot bar. Put something actually useful there. All right, we're gonna go over here. All right, there's a couple black ones. We're gonna take 1, 2, and 3. Actually, do we have a dark gray? Yeah, it won't matter. Not hot enough. It. Oh, stop going that way. Maybe that should definitely be high enough. Are they dangling yet? They're starting to. I should have went this way now I thought about it. Oh god! I got a clip. I definitely did something stupid enough for a clip at least. Now if that works, because I forgot to turn on replay buffer. Making clips, honestly and truthfully, if like making clips with the Twitch software is they make it easier than what it deserves. They really do. I guess I can make a baby while I'm down there. All right, that'll work. 2 will work. We'll make 2 work. We'll just make a baby when we get down there. Come on, guys. But yep. And go on. Get in the hole. Why couldn't you just walk across like the other guy did? Almost fell in. I'll pull you in. How about that? I'll go in the hole and I'll pull you in. Oh, I got you now. Look at that. But I forgot what I was talking about again. I do that so often. I'll get sidetracked or something like that, and I'll completely lose my train of thought. I know I was talking about that subject for a little bit. That's something I didn't get to do either. I never got actually got to go like enjoy racing that car. It's something I wish I could have actually got to do. I think it's time for us to actually make some. Oh yeah. I think it's time to. I always hate doing this. Oh, the roof ain't high enough either. Oh, this is gonna be a terrible, terrible experience. Get dirt. Dirt's better. All right, we're gonna make just a walking platform like that right there, and then we're gonna put the glass up in between them. Oops, actually no, that's not where the glass needs to go. All right, I need one guy, one volunteer. Come on, who wants to do it? One volunteer. Hey there. Well, I don't know where unless your family went through though. Come on up. There we go. Yeah, that's a good sheep. Come over here to the end. There you go. Good. Sheepy, sheepy, sheepy. I don't care which hole you go into, as long as you go into a hole. Nope, nope, no, 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 nope. In the hole, in the hole. Hey, we got one. That was easier than deserved, and what it usually actually entails. All right, now where'd the other guys go? They probably pathfind up here. And no, my luck, they probably fell into that somehow. Yep. They can climb ladders? When did sheep climb ladders? All right, whatever. All right, come on up, buddy. You're next. Get up here. I actually watched a video about fires up. No. Nope. Ah. Get back. Get back. Come on. Try this again. This is what I expected. I actually watched a video though on how the AI worked for mobs. And now like I have no doubt why it did what it did. As far as coming over here, because it's actually the best as far as like pathfinding it can do. Oh, thank God I didn't die. But at the same time, I didn't know they could climb ladders. That's what got me. It's the fact that it climbed that ladder. All right, come on, little dude. At least you're small. We got that going. Small equals easier to get into that hole. The smaller hitbox to fall down in there, and then seal it. All right, cool. We're good. Look at that. That went a lot easier than I expected, to be quite honest. And now, not only do I got some dirt blocks, I got some grass blocks. Awesome. So, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go to here, and then we're gonna get those also. Oh, that one won't work. That one will though. Oh wow, that's horrible. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Just literally broke that one, that location. It's crazy. Like how does he? How can they well, it's a ladder. It's like now it goes up straight up 180 degrees. How does that make climb? No. Talking about the ISV server and impulse, the body change that man has done has to be, you know, applauded. Like I know what he did, because he did, oh crap, what was it? Oh god, now that slipped my mind. I've done it. It's like 45, 90 hard, 45. God, what is it? Something hard. It's a number hard. Um, yeah, it's 45 hard. 75 hard. That's it. Yep, 75 hard. He did the 75 hard, and what? But like knowing. Oh wait, there's an act. All right, everybody should be rolling back in now. I saw a picture of Impulse the other day on like one of the Facebook things, and I know like I get to watch a little bit of a podcast. They're one of their podcasts, and I know Skiz was talking about him doing 75 hard, and knowing what he went through with that, that's very amendable. That takes a lot. Like I've done it, and it took me a few tries to go through it. Like I messed up and I had to restart. And if you're familiar with it, you know what I'm talking about. You know it's harder like than it sounds. Especially if you try to do it, it's a lot harder than what it sounds. So I got to give it to Impulse on that degree. That if he went through it, and like there's nobody to keep you accountable for it either. So if he truly went through it like like you're supposed to, kudos for him. That's yeah. That wasn't fun. And it's not hard. It's not like you're torturing yourself or anything like that. It's the fact that it's just the mental keeping up of what it takes to, or what you got to do every day is what it's the mental anguish. Because if you miss one thing any day, you got to start over. That's one of the rules. As far as 75 hard, and like I said, it's not necessarily hard doing it. The what you're doing is not necessarily hard. It's just the mental endurance that you got to go through to keep up with it is that's what's so taxing. Nah, it's on the server. I remember, God, I remember trying to go through it. Um, the gym that I worked out at, the owner, she was all about it, and she was like on the beginning, the bottom level of like when I think it's Andy Frachella's what it said. Um, she literally was on the bottom opening level of when he started like the whole thing, and she was one of the first ones that did it, and like within the first like started in within the first few months of it and everything, and gonna be an ignore. Um, and, a few of us tried it. I didn't until about like a year later, and yeah, that was I learned a lot about myself about going through that because I thought about cheating on it. And because I missed something one day, and I was like, it's just that one thing. And I was like, no, no, no. I'm going to start over. I'm going to start my count over, and I want to do it right. You know, and it sucked. And then I missed something else one day, and I started over again. And that third time around, it was just like, I'm not missing. I was like, it's rather I'm doing it or I don't. I'm not missing another day. I'm not going to keep doing this. This sucks. Just day in and day out. But the third time around, I actually did it, and I did it properly. That's what I was afraid. That means the other side's too close also. And the other side, though, is a sheep. So I need to move. I'm just going to move this. But yeah, I learned a lot of, like, about myself and my mental fortitude and by doing that. So if you don't know what it is, you just know that he went through some stuff mentally to go, if he to be successful at what he did. All right. Katie, give me something to ramble about. Oh, I know she's paying attention. No, my luck, she's like napping or something. We're gonna think toast. Oh, I hope she... toast. I don't. That's one thing. I want toast. See that? Then I get Kelsey started on that one. I honestly and truthfully don't know. And you, Lavender, will back me up on this. I don't know much about cooking, short of pizza. I can cook a pizza. Like I can make you a pizza, but like I don't know that much about cooking. Like growing up, like a lot of the stuff that I ate growing up was all processed. I don't know what all I have and haven't talked about. Um, I just saw toast, so we're gonna go with toast. But like I'm not a very I need the gold. Maybe I got what I need to make powered rails. That's the activated rail. I need layered stone, don't I? But just one will do it. One stack power rails is all we need. A lot of the foods that I ate younger, growing up, was all processed. I know we talked about as far as like some of the stuff like I ate and my eating habits and stuff like that in the stream before, and how horrendous they were, and how like unenlightened I am as far as like with the foods that I've ate through like time and everything. That'll work. It's really bad. Like it's really bad. Like if if honestly, like with me, if I'm gonna eat toast, I'm most likely I don't even have that much room in my inventory. Um, I'm eating it like with nothing on it. I know some people put butter or like jam on it. I'm eating it with like plain, nothing on it. Oh, all right. Dot space calm. All right, we got a new one, guys. Moderation. DOTCOM. Add. You know, I've been procrastinating about doing this for so long, and now it's just time. You know, I'm just like, I'm just doing it now. All right. I don't need gray. I need white. I don't need white. I need red. That's what I need. I need red. If I'm actually going to make a playing card, I need red. If I'm actually going to do anything else, I need to start cleaning my inventory out. Ugh, this thing's horrendous. Here we go. Oh, yeah, there's room for more. Yep. They're gonna hit though. I mean, there's not much about that. They're gonna find a way to try to work their way through. Stupid bots. But yeah, I'm not a foodie by any much, except for like it comes to pizza. I love my pizza. Yes, Lavender. I eat way too much pizza. I can eat pizza almost every day too, and I ever get sick of it. And I've worked a total combined of like maybe 4 years in pizza restaurants. It literally not ever thought of anything about it. Yeah, that one grew. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna make red dye. Wait a minute. I don't think you can make red dye off of a redstone dust, can you? I know you can do it with the flour, but oh, ain't like lapis. I need. What we'll do, we'll get the black one started first, and then we'll turn that center one red, and then once we get working on the business, or not the business cards, but the actual like playing cards. First off, we'll load one in. We'll load that one in. I don't want to load that one in yet because he's eventually going to eat grass, and when he does, it's going to trigger it. And I want to end up getting that color wool that I don't need. Now I have to do something with it. We'll just load these. Awesome. Yeah. I forgot what I was talking about again. Weird how my mind can ramble. I could just run from one thing to the next, and then with no recollection of what I'm saying, where I'm going with it, talk with the be talking. All right, now, perfect. A poppy. Thanks, Kelsey, for planting poppies everywhere on the ground. It has come in handy. There it is. I passed it. There we go. We're gonna pair them. We'll take out a pair of them. Bam! Look at that. We already got it producing. We are, in fact, producing wool. Now I just need like 8 or 9 chokers worth of white concrete. Honestly, I may holler at Ron for that and see how much he charges. Buy what I can. Oh, I see. Rather strip mine for diamonds than I do actually making that wool. Not wool concrete. Much rather strip my diamonds than pay for that concrete. Out of my drink. Okay. So we got that there. It'll be easier to store and transport it as blocks instead of go ahead and putting it in the carpet. So I can put it like some type of auto crasher sequencing. I'll have to put a separator too since one of them's black. Like that for the time being. It should be. Okay. Yes. Slowly trying to make. Actually, May already made some. Yeah, actually has. Cool. Put some. Turn these in the blocks. All right. Cool. Blocks. Oh wow. All right. Cool. Oh, we got this one established and making as of right now bamboo blocks. This one is now operational with wool. Get that taken care of. We got 2 farms made and running. Now this one doesn't feed to the flow about it. No. I think I made it where I could put it over there, but at the same time, I mean, I guess I could get rid of. Where am I? I'm off by a little bit. Like, more of it would be like right here area where I would need it. That's a long way to travel. Well, I mean, I could have that feeding in over here, and then I could have that feeding over here also, and to put it into a dropper. I could just make it that into a room of chests to put, store random whatnot farms that are running in this area. Like maybe put like 2 cactus over, because we got plenty of cactus. We got, I think, 2 double chests full of cactus. We got more cactus than we'll ever use. Unless we just need a crap ton of green dye. I could put like maybe a cactus or 2 over here and put like a cactus farm over here to feed into it. It just have a room full of like random. I mean, I could do that over here. Like the bigger one over here can have like a room full of like random whatnot coming in. That would be a good job for like the golem too. Have it on a water stream, and then have it like a room of chests on the top story, and then a room of chests on the bottom story, and just have it like feed into all the way to the top, and then he can't figure it out, and he'll put it into a chest at the end, and then it will drop down into the next row, and can try to feed into it. And he'll fit, fill those out because that'll be everything that's in there. Yeah, I think this is gonna be it for then. Unless I just find like another farm that I think we can use. Think of anything offhand, we just need that slowly will start producing wood blocks. I got wool started now in case I ever decide to actually build the playing cards. Smelter's good. It's slowly filling in. I wonder where it's at now, actually. It's so weird being able just to walk up to it on this side too, though. 64. 4. Yep, that side's filled in. And that was at 9. It's at 19. And this is not a big kelp farm by any means. So I'll take that as a win. She's a snake. Slippery snake. I need it. That right there. I need to just get rid of that. That's an octopus, Kelsey, not a snake. Doing it wrong. You're supposed to like dab with it. Whatever the hell that. You'll get it. You'll get there. I got faith in you, Kelsey. That's definitely not right. That just don't look right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that they don't. Those two don't go together. Yeah, that doesn't help. Well, Kelsey, on a different note though, you got by like emoting that one emote, you finally beat out Rum on the most used emote now. Pretty far too, by the way. Just throw that out. And then I go, now you do that, I'll replace one of the word emotes. Get bombed in my chat with emotes. All right. I need to fill that in too. Do one more dirt. Dirt, dirt, dirt. There's dirt. Let's see. Ah. Oh, mm. Oh god. You in fact win, Kelsey. You in fact win. I'm tired. I need dark oak. I've been to your map art. I don't even remember how to get to your map art. Actually, I'm pretty tired. I thought about ending the stream here a little bit. Oh god. I've only been doing it for 5 hours. If you're in Nether Portal, then take train. Got here. There, I'll go a little bit longer. Hold on. I'm not done. Scaffolding. Alright, scaffolding, ladders. Alright, give me a minute. I'll be over there. I need dark oak. That's why I was over here. Dark oak floor. I'm taking out that entrance. Please. Horse armor. Here, it's on the bottom. Gold's up here, though. Perfect. Gold's up here. Perfect. Go drop this dark oak in the hole of that floor so I don't die. Alright. Mine cart. Alright. So come to her portal. And then take the train. Alright. We're, we're making mine carts great again. Somebody had need to be done too. My carts are, they don't get enough credit. I mean, look at this. Trent, I am traveling. I'm not using any rockets. No resources are being or having to be created to be used over again. It's a far enough distance where I could almost take a nap. I'm glad I made it to the 5 hour mark. I mean, I kind of ran out of things to say, but I know I can find more things to say. At least we're gonna get some type of like interaction with somebody too on the server. We're gonna be checking out some Monopoly map arts. That's something I still want to is make those playing cards. That may be my next big thing too. That might be my next thing I do on the stream. I'm not surprised, Kelsey. You're never playing on the computer that you have voice on. I would be over there sooner, Kelsey, but it's a little bit slow right now. I believe it. I would hope so. It would need to be some reason why to play on it if you can't, have your modifications on it. Clickety keyboard. I don't like clicky keyboards. I really don't. I don't have clicky keyboards. Oh, you're talking about the sound of the. Yeah, but the problem is I don't. play with friendly sounds on. So it's just quiet right now. Because of my bass. Going through the game thing. Yeah. All right. What would be blocks? No. You worrying about the block sound? All right. Else is over here. I prefer my own cart. No cart. Trusty cart. Need to name tag it one day. I'm gonna call it Han. Gotta take a bath. Hey, there you go. You're almost halfway there. Mm, I feel you, trust me. I remember being here when I was doing the playing cards. Yeah, I think this is a lot better look than those books gave too, though. Yeah, that you're gonna feel so much better you did this instead of just going with those books. Oh yeah. Hey, you're gonna be much happier you did this. I know we talked about it at first, as far as you using the books or doing map arts, and yeah, like I said, you're gonna when it's all said and done, you're gonna end up really liking these books a lot better. Yeah, I can't wait to see them all done, have them see them all done. Oh yeah, they're gonna look better. They're gonna read better than those books too. It's gonna make the game overall feel better. There you go. Yeah, the utilities. Yeah, you can just do white wool on them. I can see the trains as a gray wool too. Oh yeah, little like quality of life things like this right here make make games like that go a long way better. Just feel a lot better. stretch. Stretch. There you go. I mean, we shouldn't need a banker as long as everybody's being honest and it's easily accessible. I don't see why we would need a banker as long as everybody's just being honest. I'm sure you figure it out though. Uh, oh man. All right. Well, guys, I'm thinking that's going to be the end of it. Y'all see behind map parts. A lot of trust, even. Yeah, that's for sure. No problem. Guys, I'm getting off. I'm tired. It's been 5 hours. This is my longest stream I think I've had since I've been off. And yeah, I'm shooting for 6. And hopefully by the next time next week, I'll have a full 6-hour stream out. So, guys, I appreciate everybody tuning in. Oh, I'm going to be starting later in the day, too. I'm going to be starting 2 hours later than I did today. So, that way, hopefully, everybody can have a better chance of getting on. I'm not going to be on as early. So, guys, I'll see you later. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you.